Hey, hello. We should be live. Hopefully. We'll see. Depends on how cooperative this is. There we go. We're live. I'm just condensing some gems real quick, and then I just finished dinner, so I was trying to get this done before then, but condensing it is condensing it. It's fine. So now we've got that kind of cleared up. I'm going to go ahead and just keep the chips and belows down here. Just out of the way so we can keep the P gems just kind of in their own little spot. How's it going? Hey, Laughing Boy. Hey, Fact Checker. Hey, Peon. Unicycle Peon. I should probably say it properly. We're actually really lacking on sapphires, oddly enough. I need to keep an eye peeled for them. I would like to make some hit power items. So, yeah. Reason I want to make hit power items especially is gloves. Although they come with knockback, there isn't really a variable knockback or anything. So it's not that big of a deal. But yeah, we're going to try to make our way into hell difficulty today. I think our mercenary is equipped with everything. Yes. And yeah, we were just about to start in on the cube thing, and it just feels so weird moving so slow. Yeah. Spirit Shroud doesn't give you faster run walk. Welcome. We don't have faster run walk boots either, really. Yeah, we don't. We don't have any faster run walk. We waddle slowly. Hey, Frizzle, how's it going? And how are we looking? I actually haven't played my Sorceress since the last stream, so I am going to have to get used to her again. We do have teleport, we do have meditation. We should be fine. We should be just fine. Let's just go ahead and go counterclockwise. Because who knows, maybe the exit's on this side. Doubt it, but it could be. And yes, I love orb. When used properly, it is actually kind of dangerous. But yeah, it can also be a pain in the butt if you don't know how to use it. And also, this would actually be a really controller-friendly build as well. So anyway, how's everyone doing? Hopefully you've had good magic find, found all the items you're looking for. I'm not too concerned about it, because if I need to do a weird build, I can do that offline. But yeah, let's murder all these. I've been slowly moving everything over from Classic to Resurrected. And it's going to take forever because I'm having to make characters to organize it all, because I don't want to use an external program again. I don't want to have to use there's supposedly a Go Mule for D2 Resurrected, but hey, Mad Lancer, how's it going? Yeah, there's supposedly a Go Mule for D2 Resurrected. I have not gotten a chance to check it out. It's probably just the exact same thing, but since we have the ability to transfer single player, I don't think I'm going to need it. I think I'm just going to have character organization for it. You're actually in hell at the moment. Level 83 cold spec, but messed up and max orb before Ice Bolt. Thinking of farming a token to respec. You should... It depends on whether you're going pure cold or whether you are going cold with something else. Because generally speaking, I do max orb first. I have yet to encounter the character limit offline, but we will eventually figure it out if there is. If there is, I'll have to use a Go Mule thing. Because I literally have characters being made just to hold charms for one class. So, yeah. That's what happens whenever you have literally tens of thousands of items. Yeah, I max orb first. I mean, it's not a bad thing. Actually, I usually, for dual elementals, I don't even do anything with Ice Bolt. I will max out Orb, I'll max out my fire skills for this build, and then I'll generally not really have many points left. But then I might consider Ice Bolt. You're pure cold, but you're using Blizz to kill... Oh, you're using Blizzard, okay. Generally speaking, I wouldn't have bothered with Orb. I know that Blizz Orb is a popular thing, but usually I don't bother with the two of them together because they both have casting delays. If I'm going to go Blizzard Sorceress, I'm going to focus heavy on just getting Blizzard maxed out and not worry about Orb. Yes, I have a naming convention. But I don't mind having it on characters. I mean, I could show you guys that. After we get done with Act 2, remind me, I'll show you that. Or actually, once we find a good stopping point to jump to single player, and I'll show you kind of like the organization I'm going with. But I have 2 Ruby Mules. Let's see. Actually thinking about making a barb just to hold set items to make room. I think we can have 20 characters online if I remember correctly. You made your 9th character online, but yeah, I think you can have 20, at least during the beta you could. And then it kind of cuts you off. And then were there any awards for this game? Back in the day, I think there were. I mean, it's got one of the... It's sold a lot. So it probably got some award somewhere, but this was released back in the day when video game awards were not quite as prevalent. You messed up. It's the Blizz Orb is not an uncommon build. I personally don't like it. That's just my personal preference. Other people love it because the difference is, you may notice with Orb, we've got like most of the screen covered. If you're going to go with Blizzard, we actually have to get it as a prerequisite. It doesn't cover the whole screen, so that's why people go dual. I like having a spammable skill that's actually leveled up. And yes, we were looking for the waypoint. Oh wait, this is Nightmare. We don't need this waypoint. We need the next one. We need Far Oasis. And why am I walking? I don't need stairs. I've got teleport. But yeah, most of the things here are not going to be a threat to us. We're only level 35, but we have transferred gear from the Necromancer, so it's like, eh. You bought 4 copies of OG Diablo 2? I mean, it is still one of, if not the best-selling action RPG. And I say selling. Not most played, because then you have to consider Path of Exile, which I think may have had a larger like peak on its player base than Diablo 2. I know Diablo 3 did, but I don't remember whether it sold as many, because I don't think a lot of people bought multiple copies of Diablo 3, except on consoles. But I could be wrong. I just know back in the day it was really touted for selling a lot of copies. It's not something I study a lot of, so don't quote me on it. I could very well be easily wrong. Things I won't be wrong about are things that I actually have the info right in front of me for. Everything else I could just be remembering wrong because I am getting old. Dang it. Get off my lawn. I'm kidding, of course. You guys are welcome on the lawn of this stream. Although currently we're in an area that does not have any lawns. But yeah, Nightmare is going to be kind of easy for us. Some of the bosses might be a little bit frustrating, but beyond that, we're not going to have too many issues. And yes, I am intentionally walking. I want the experience. I want the levels, because unfortunately, we don't have an army to protect us during loading screens now. Do I like Diablo 3? I see the appeal of it. It's not my personal favorite. It's a little too arcadey. But beyond that, it's not terrible. More people refunded Diablo 2 than... Oh, more people refunded Diablo 3 than Diablo 2. Yeah. I have 2 copies of Diablo 3. One of them was secondhand, though, so Blizzard didn't get any money from it. Haha. And it was dirt cheap. It was a used copy for PlayStation 3. I do not have it for Switch, but that would be probably the main platform I would consider playing it on. And did we not find the exit? Wow. Oh, it's right here. No? No, it's not. Well, we found the waypoint that we absolutely do not need. I'm about to start teleporting around. There it is. But yeah, due to some of the errors at launch with Diablo 3, I wouldn't be surprised if it did get more refunds, but we also don't have full data on Diablo 2 yet, I don't think, do we? Ooh, right into the wall. Okay, so now we want to get this. Well, this waypoint's kind of optional, but we want to get this waypoint just because we'll want it later if we're going to rush people, which is a lucrative business. Rush people for runes. Rush them for their, not Chaos Sanctuary, for their... I have all of a sudden forgotten the name of it. Their Forge Quest, Act 4. You had Diablo 3 stat rolls on the unique and set items, like, yay, I got my source offhand with strength on it. I just didn't like how it was just like bigger numbers are the only thing. The itemization of Diablo 2 is why I like Diablo 2. Diablo 3 is just kind of like, eh. You're playing D2 Resurrected on Xbox Series X because your PC is ancient. My PC is currently 5 years old, I think. I mean, it depends on whether you're talking about just like when I got it versus the age of the stuff in it. Hellforge, there we go. Yeah, my brain, like I said, it doesn't retain very well anymore. That's why I have to write notes whenever I'm writing guides. I can't just sit here and spout it off. It's there. I just like double checking it to make sure that I'm not giving bad information. So, yay! Yours is 10 years old? Ooh, you might have actually been hit by the AVX thing if it worked for it. And yeah, I will try to mix up the attacks, because I know it's pretty boring just watching orb, orb, orb. And Fireball is still a ton of fun to play with. Okay. So we know where the hole in the ground is. We could go do that real quick. I still want that waypoint, though, so I don't have to go walking nearly as far. And just in case the game crashes, I would like to actually have, you know, a quick way back. And no, we're not worrying about killing everything. We just want to kill enough to get the experience from it. But yeah, I need to repair the other system. And get that set up to be like a stream box, but I'm not sure it's powerful enough, unfortunately. It's going to be like right on the edge there. I mean, I used to stream with it, but... You landed Black Bog Sharp for the Necro? Yeah, it's a good wand. I mean, there are better wands for the Summoner, but it's not bad. I mean, it's just a good wand to have. Oh, no, I'm thinking Black Hand Key. Black Bog Sharp is the dagger. Derp. I'm sorry, I misread it whenever you said it. So let's go ahead and allow that message. Don't know why it wasn't. Oh, I see why. Because YouTube can't handle the word ass. Black Bog Sharp is the poison dagger. For Summoner, it's okay. You could go a poison dagger, kind of like tank necro with summons, which is actually fairly powerful, but it's a lot harder to play for most new players. The melee necro does have some tricks that they can pull that other necros can't, though. I don't know why I saw that as Black Hand Key. Probably because I never get Black Hand Key until like super late. That or I get like 90 million of them. Each time I start over, it's kind of like that is my litmus test. So this isn't going to be the right room, but we're going to go ahead and grab these. I heard a sapphire. Yes. Thinking a compliment to summons. The melee necro, which we haven't really gone over on any of the videos because it's not a new player friendly build, so I don't usually cover it in super detail, is a fairly powerful build, but it's really hard to kind of balance your skill loadout. It's kind of like one of those that's a little bit better if you do it post-game. But there's two varieties of it. There is the kind of like punchy variety that does a bunch of... And I think we are going to... Ow! Open door! Let's see. Oh, Nightbot. I forgot I was testing with you. That is very ugly looking, but thank you. Yeah, there's links if you wanted to watch Let's Plays and stuff. I forgot I had that turned on. I was actually kind of fiddling with it to get other stuff tested, and I copied over my settings from the Twitch bot. Which you can see I had updated those as well. But maybe I should go turn it off so it's not spamming you guys. Bye, Pitwolf. Ooh, a circlet. Oh, we need to probably kill these guys because they're great experience. Yeah. So, anywho. But yeah, for a summoner, I generally wouldn't use Black Bog's Sharp. It's just good for the little addition. Whee! Oh, how I wish there was a Sorceress fire skill that pierced kind of like either lightning or... what's the other one? Or Bone Spear for the Necromancer or stuff like that. I would love that. And I just drank a mana potion instead of healing, by the way. You may have heard 2 guzzles instead of 1. And wow, that's a little bit of a weird one. Anyway, I will be probably doing a Summoner Druid video, just as like an esoteric build kind of video pretty soon. Speaking of strange builds that aren't actually that good. But it's either going to be this week or next week unless I find I want to actually write something else first. Because that one's kind of one of those where you need very specific gear for this. But you would actually be surprised at how fast that bear destroys things. Goodness. Currently it uses 2 bear runes. Maybe I should use all the bear runes in it because we're using a bear. The dogs, I generally just don't like that much. Otherwise I would show them off. This is almost purely just a bear build. And I did it without plus skill charms whenever I was testing it, so it should work in the full version too. Like, if you don't have great gear. It'll work even better with plus skills. One thing about the Summoner Druid is the plus skills on the summons actually do buff the synergies, unlike most skills. That... I have to say, that is a bit of a... It's not misinformation, because technically you can argue that it's a synergy instead of a support skill, because you can actually do something with it. But Necro Masteries and stuff like that are all affected by plus skills that boost your, like, skeletons and stuff like that. So I'm not sure how I feel about saying it's the only one that gets bonuses from plus skills. No, the summons, the Sorceress Masteries get bonuses from plus skills. The... oh, geez, I'm trying to think of what else just off the top of my head. The Assassin's Shadows actually do get plus skill bonuses to, like, if they're using your traps, they do get plus skill bonuses to that. Let's go ahead and murder him. He's going to kill the mercenary, possibly. How the heck do you aim Blizzard, you say? Well, first, you get a... never mind. I was going to make a lawsuit joke. But, your Blizzard Fireball Sorceress just hit 60, and you find Blizzard sucks to aim sometimes. Aim where the enemy is going to be, not where they are. It's the same kind of trick for Meteor. So, let's go ahead and dump that. We'll throw these in there. I'm going to move... actually, those can stay. It's fine. And yeah, we'll dump gold in there. Guess you heard that wrong. Never. You heard it on a llama video, never tested it yourself. You played Summoner Druid. Well, see, it's one of those things like... it's similar to the there was a bow comment recently about the Amazon bow skills and how he says the elemental damage is not affected by crits, which is correct. The actual, like, if you are using a fire arrow, though, it hits, crits, and then converts. So basically, if you do 100 physical damage and you use fire arrow, and it hits, and it doesn't crit, and you have like a 10% conversion or whatever, you get 90 physical, 10 fire. If you hit with it and it crits, you end up with 200 damage, which means 180 physical, 20 fire. So technically, you can argue one direction and the other, but yeah. But for example, with us, we're using Fire Mastery. It's getting all 6 of those points, even though our base is only 1. And it is a synergy. Well, sort of. It doesn't show it on this one. But actually, no, it doesn't show Fire Mastery on the old one. It only shows it for the Necro skills. But I know those actually do legitimately show it. For some reason, I thought it showed it on these. Now I'm going to have to load up the old game and look. But it's still just a boost. Yeah, Skeleton Mastery does show on the Skeleton one. And it is affected by plus skills, so you can have level 40 Skeleton Mastery and have it work properly. So let's see. Where was our exit to this place? Because we've got our shtick. And yes, I am terrible at explaining things without notes. Because I get distracted and I'm like, oh, this, that, those. Oh my, shiny. I still do that even with notes. But, yeah. Let's see. But yeah, as far as aiming Blizzard, we'll use Blizzard for like half a second. I have a low-level Blizzard. And we'll show off how to aim it. It's going to get dark soon, though. Hey, Fire Shrine. You see how they're coming towards me? I drop it in front of them so they have to walk through it. Instead of where they were. Like, if I were to aim it like where that guy's standing, it's going to just... might not even hit him. We were lucky there that he's slow as hell. So it does hit him, but... Do I have a guide for this build? It's the budget Fireball Orb or Meteorb source. But yes, we have a budget version of it. I don't have a... I'm not a big fan of the, like, here's what you can get if you grind for 27 years kind of build guides. I mean, I have a few like that in the past I'm going to be redoing, but generally speaking, I'm going to prioritize the budget ones first. I'm not going to pick up that Sapphire. I was tempted to. Is that a 4-socket bill? Nope. But yeah, this is the Fireball Orb Sorceress. I can get you a link for it in uno momento. I should actually make commands for each of the builds. Now I think about it, since I do have Nightbot enabled finally. I'll try to remember to do that after the stream. But if you look in the budget build one, it's the Sorceress one in there. It's the only Sorceress guide we have in the budget build guides. That'll probably help narrow it down a little bit. Rather than just saying, oh, it's on the channel. Think we have something around... Well, no, a lot of those are unlisted now. Because we had around 3,000 videos. I think we're down to about 1,000. But yeah, for this one, it's literally you just pump up your fire as much as possible. And you... Once your fire is doing fine for where you're at, you can start dumping into Orb. Which is a fairly solid skill. The trick with Orb is that you want to be aiming for getting the pop on the important ones. You saw how that exploded on top of them. That's actually doing a lot more damage. If you have a group like this, it really doesn't matter too much because you're just hitting everything. But let's see. Can we get a good pop on them? I'm not perfect at aiming it. Nobody is. But you can see whenever it lands on him, that guy's cold immune, so it didn't get to show it off. It deals like tons of damage because at the flourish at the end, it does 16 shots. So if it lands on him, that's going to be 16 times whatever damage is listed. In our case, that's 100 and something damage, but that's a grand total of like, geez, 2,400 damage, give or take. I cannot maths on the fly. But yeah, we're just going around the edge. Once we find the way in, we're good. See? Not too bad. And we're getting levels pretty nicely now. So do we have the turret I must destroy? Yes. And actually, that would be a good one to see how much... See, watch whenever it pops. You can see how it does very little damage going in, and then as soon as it lands on it, boom. Massive damage. Hey, Novinus. No novice. No novice. Wow. I am not... I am not braining. But yeah, I'm doing all right. How are you doing? I think the last time I saw you, we were still streaming on Twitch. Hopefully things are going well. And yes, we are still going to be streaming on Twitch. It's just going to be art stuff instead of gaming stuff. And yes, I know the news about Twitch. I've already changed everything. About the leaks. Yeah. If you have a Twitch account, by the way, you may want to enable two-factor authentication and change your passwords. It actually has been confirmed by Twitch that they did get hawked. How's it going, Denzel? Hopefully well. Welcome to the darkness. And what is your question? What are your questions 3? What is your favorite color? Blue. No, yellow. No, just sorry. You're enjoying Diablo 2 Resurrected. Cool. Did you run a story about Blizzard banning Hong Kong protesters back in the day? No. I know about it, but I'm not really a news channel, so that's not really my forte. I try to stick to the games. I have my opinions on that stuff, and it will sometimes come out during streams, but I try to keep the videos as little political as possible. The most political I'll get is the whole like censorship video kind of thing. Would you agree it's better to trade your Viper Magi armor for a bone armor? Depends on your build. Personally, if I'm going to be running anything other than Necromancer, the Viper Magi is extremely useful. So it's kind of a tough call. I mean, if you have another +1 skill armor, sure. But the main use of bone is going to be for a Bone Spear Necro or a melee Necro. It's going fairly good, Delaney. Yeah, the Blizzard Sorceress can run a Viper Magi. But Bone is one of those, it's very specific use case. I mean, if you're playing solely Necros, which I've done for like months straight before, Bone is really nice, but yeah. Let's see. I'm going to go ahead and grab more orb. Saw +2 all Necro skills and thought it was an upgrade for your Summoner Necro. No. For a Summoner, I'd keep with Viper Magi. Resists are going to be way more helpful for you than that extra 1 skill. How does it feel to drink up power like this? Pretty good considering we just got the strength for, whatchamacallit, Spirit. Although I can't use it for another, what, 20 levels? A little bit under. Some teens. Yeah, Viper Magi... Well, Bone has resist too, but Viper Magi has more uses. Bone has 30% resist all. But the thing is, it really is a tough decision. But for a Summoner, I would stick with Viper Magi. just because you can use it on other characters. If you were doing like a bone necro like we did for our hardcore run, then yes, I would see that as a fair trade for a for a Viper Magi. Favorite class? Necromancer. Because frankly, for me, it's the class I've played since like day one. It has a lot of interesting builds that people kind of like have dismissed over the years, and for the longest time people were like, Necro is trash, and it's always had like some overpowered skill. Corpse Explosion being a great example that has survived a lot of it. When I reroll charms, do charms also have eye levels? Yes. You want to, if you're going to be rerolling charms, you want to reroll ones from very late Act 3 Nightmare onwards. So things like the Travancle in Nightmare is probably the earliest that I would reroll. Anything before that, you're just kind of wasting your time. As far as grand charms. Now, if you're talking small charms, they also have eye levels, and that is going to be a different kind of beast because of what mods you're looking for in any given case. So it really just kind of depends on what you want. And I may need to go AFK for one... Well, not AFK. I may need to pause the game for just like 1 second in a minute to check something. I'll still be here. I just need to check something real quick. It's your friend. He has a Blizzard source. He said he'll give you 2 ums. You need to make bone. If you give him the Viper Magi. If they're a good friend, yeah, I'd cut him a deal like that. Because it's not going to make that big of a deal for the current build you're on. But, yeah. If I was trading some stranger, nah. Viper Magi just can be used by more things. How were to farm in hell without Enigma, playing Javazon with a budget gear? Cows. If you can get to hell cows, you can actually get some decent runes from them, and you can wipe them out fairly quick. That's probably the easiest one for you. You could do... I'm trying to think what other good... Because Javazon does not do well against Council. They're usually... Council and cows are usually just 2 really good, just generic places to farm if you don't have teleport. Boom. There you go. Murdered everything and we're good. Grand Scepter for some money, and the altar. Unfortunately, it's not going to get us a lot of money because it's ethereal.
Primitive beings could cause so much trouble.
What runes does it usually sell for? I don't know currently. It's not terribly expensive because it's really common. Do plus damage type charms help with summons? No. Countess is good in Nightmare. Usually I don't bother farming her in Hell because it peaks at Tal runes and then kind of it's a bell curve off of there. Once you start getting up into the rune difference between Nightmare and Hell difficulty, you're not going to really see those other runes very much. You are just better off farming cows for those because they can go all the way up to Zod. Let's see. You're playing Hammerden build and you're wondering how to set up Smite for killing immunes and Ubers. Max Holy Shield, and you probably want a Crushing Blow weapon on swap for whenever you're doing the smiting. Something like Black, which is Thul, Io, and Neff, is a relatively cheap option for it. Frigid Highlands is not too bad. So let's sell that. Ooh, and that still sells for okay money. I suppose I should make some magic find gear. Considering how many perfect topazes I have. Maybe I should keep an eye out for a 3-socket helmet. I don't think I can just buy one here. We'd have to be very, very lucky. Pindle is good for a Javazon, yeah. I find Pindle very boring. Just that's one reason why it usually skips my brain. I find him very monotonous. And I like to do long runs. Like in single player, I'll often do Chaos Sanctuary and then either hop over to World's Don't Keep or do some cows and stuff like that. I like to mix it up. Sometimes do level 83 areas because I'm not worried about getting level 87 items. Oh, why did I just go there? My brain, it farts. Yes, I'm reading chat more than playing. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, let's go ahead and get scrolls. We should be able to go down there. I need to check one thing real quick. Let's see. Okay. That's fine. Okay. You're wondering where the crushing blow is coming from? Yeah. The black rune word is a very solid one for that. There's other rune words you can do, but it's probably the simplest one to get with reasonable amounts of crushing blow. You can put it into maces. Don't try and put it in a scepter. It won't work in a scepter. It only works in maces and clubs. Generally speaking, if you're going to be doing Ubers, you also want to invest in a lower resist wand, which will swap out for your caster weapon. But yeah, there's a lot of like interesting things. I'm also actually, speaking of random pricing on things, I'm actually surprised at how much G-Face is going for, because it's honestly relatively common. But people are supposedly shelling out an arm and a leg for it. And yes, we are going to teleport through this part, because I don't feel like dealing with it. And thankfully, with this character, we don't have to worry about the shortcut being open or not. Because guess what? We are the shortcut. Ah, lordy.
This place actually distorts reality. Fascinating.
So let's just... I think I am going to fight my way through here. Normally, I would, like, kind of consider not. But at the same time, it's kind... Oh, God, ouch. Something in there hurts. I think it was whatever died. But, yeah. Look into getting those? Yeah. But, yeah, any source of crushing blow is good. A life tap wand can be shopped in normal difficulty. Normally, with most of the, like, magic wands that I'm looking for with abilities on them, I shop Act 2 Drognin. Just look for a... Go ahead and murder you. I don't know if I can get far enough away from that. Nope, not quite. Guillaume's face. It's called G-face usually because, like most of us, we cannot pronounce the French version of William. Sorry. Mercenary, pull back. That thing is physical immune, which makes it a pain in the ass. Go ahead and kill these guys because they're going to be good XP. Sorry for concentrating just a second. I'll catch up on chat in a moment.
It's locked.
Okay. You're just now getting to hell, so it'll be a while before you have access to some of it. That's fine. Frozen armor not worth it all or until you level to start using it. Frozen armor is one of those... I don't generally use them. Speedrunners will use it because, well, yeah, it has kind of nice effects on it. I personally don't use it because I'd rather have my points in active skills. It can be strong for pacifist builds. It can be strong for melee builds where you need a lot of extra defense, stuff like that. You've only found one G-Face in your whole Diablo 2 career? Oh, geez. Yeah, that is pretty bad luck. I have actually left tons of them behind. That's kind of where I've gotten with them. But I did about a year of like really heavy grinding too, though, so. And that was a little bit too far out. There we go. And yes, I am killing here for experience. No other reason. But yeah, the Fireball Orb Sorceress is relatively strong, and it's fairly consistent for getting through the various difficulties, unlike the Blizzard Sorceress in my experience. Let's see, can we actually get that on top of you? Probably not before our mercenary kills it. Tells you how good I am at aiming that sometimes, and I still have success with Orb. And see, there's the chunk. And we're only getting about half that orb because it's only on one side. So that one's a dead end. Do I want to go down the other side and just get it? But yeah, it's just a really good helmet for a variety of things. Pretty much any melee character can make good use of it. Bone Visage is a pretty solid one as well. I mean, is it Bone Visage? It's the Elite Bone Helm, unique. I think it's Giant Skull, actually. But yeah, that one's pretty good. It's got knockback and crushing blow, which makes it okay for a strafe zone. I prefer Delirium personally, but it's fine. Sadly, I have found every item in the game at some point or another. Although since coming back, I really have only found one Black Hand key. Before, I found a ton of them. It's always either all in or none. Other, like, relatively easy to get, but uncommon drops are like the low-level uniques, like Torch of Heroes. Really uncommon for people to get because it's such a low unique. Similar thing for a low set items. Vidala's can actually, the armor can actually be hard for some people to get because it drops super early, but later on you have just so many other things kind of competing for the slot. Speaking of which, I might end up farming Nightmare Diablo a bit. Try and get myself a Scolder's Ire. Yes, he is the best source to kind of farm that. If you can get to him quickly. Come on, Mercenary, give me that meditation. I need that sweet, sweet mana. Yes, I'm still at the point where I need to check this. Huzzah! Yes, cold resist. Thank you. Speaking of checking things... Nope. I was like, Splinter Fuel? Nope. Is this the right path? It is not. As always, it's going to be a 4-path. Thankfully, once we get to Act 3, we can kind of cheese it a little bit. Because we now have teleport, like we did not have in normal. At least not teleport with a bunch of mana. Lenimo's stash, yeah. You saw it for the first time recently? Yeah, it's not a super common one to get to drop either. It's not really amazing either. It's not bad. It's a good low B equipment, but Kind of like Rixit's Keen, where it's more of like a nostalgia thing for me if I end up using it. Because usually you don't need stuff like that early. It's not actually going to speed you up any compared to just junk equipment you find. Now, once you start getting later in, some of the low-level uniques can be useful. But, yeah. Of course, you can also upgrade them. Don't usually recommend it for most of them, though. And that said, if you could upgrade set items, there's some of those I'd upgrade. Watch it be fourth path. I mean, as it stands, we're actually at the point where we have, like, more than a 50% chance of this being the right one. Well, no, we actually have literally a 50% chance. Because it's either this one or the fourth one. We will eventually need to get up into the meteor range. I'm gonna just kill these guys with this, and I'm gonna, yeah, just walk across. This one advantage of being so low level here is we're leveling up quick. Because we've gotten past the level 25 penalty. But yeah, I'll probably do a video about all the like low-level uniques and stuff like that eventually. I have plenty of other videos planned before that. I am thinking about keeping it down to one equipment video a week, though. We'll see. I might try and shove them out. Equipment you didn't know about. Wow, it is fourth path. Aren't we just garbage?
It's locked.
For this one, I am going to teleport, because we actually have that spot up here that you can teleport across. Wow. They were not spawned in. Interesting. Just got a Wurt's leg, it literally just glitched and disappeared. That's weird. I've never had an item just up and disappear on me. If you can recreate it, that's probably a bug they'd want to know about. I should collect those little white broadswords and just start giving them away for spirit swords. Because I have been finding a ton of them. And they will always be 4-socket whenever you socket them, so... If you find them in Nightmare, that is. If you find them in Normal, they'll be 3-socket. If you find them in Hell, they'll be 4-socket. Boop and a boop. Let's see, it's gonna be downward arrows. Gotta wait for that to resolve. Yeah, it's downward arrows. Think that's top right. Like 1 o'clock or something like that. And, ooh, these guys are good experience, especially with an XP shrine. But it is gonna just eat up all of my healing potions. There we go. I remembered it for once. Yeah, usually that's another one of those things that I need notes to remember. Unfortunately. Is because my brain does not want to remember the different locations of the different tombs. Ouch, that actually caught me a little bit off guard. There we go. Let's get you. You down, and then you. If this is 4-socket, it's only 3. I keep getting 3-socket on those. I want an upgrade to my bill, dang it. You went to loading screen twice while teleporting Endurance a couple days ago. Ooh. Yeah, I'm not looking forward to going down to little Mr. Duriel in here. Because he's going to probably kill me as I step through. Let's go ahead and plop that down there. That's not what I wanted to do, but thanks. Because, yeah, we are a little bit low on life because I actually went so heavy into the strength there. And yes, these guys can revive ghosts, so kill them quickly. And for this one, we actually want to be going along the wall, because we don't want it to hit the wall, because it will pop and not actually do anything. Kind of surprised we're not getting more potions, by the way. Mercenary is hurting. I might need to go back to town and get some more healing stuff. Oh, and we have it. Sweet. So chances are we're going to die while stepping in here, unfortunately, I think. Unless it's actually properly fixed. So let's go get our healing potions. We're actually going to... Do we want thawing potions? I don't know if we are at the resist for it. We are at 75 resist. We don't really need it, but it can help a little bit.
Good evening.
Blessings to you.
Welcome to my
So trade, grab that, throw it in there.
Thanks, 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 thanks.
Where are the ancient tunnels? Been searching high level areas, and that's one of them that I'm not sure how to find. Oh, I can show them to you. They're actually going to be in the Lost City. Go to Lost City, and it will be, there's going to be a few different little city groups there, and they're going to actually be just some trapdoors sitting on the edge of one of them. And yeah, you can go down there. Hughes Blaze? No. I don't have Blaze. Otherwise, I would consider it, but no. I'm doing all right, Kenny. How about you? Yeah, Ancient Tunnels are in Lost City of Act 2. And it's going to be, yeah, just go in there and it'll be on the edge of the city. The other popular one is the Pits, and you actually go to Outer Cloister, teleport out to the, or run out to the Tomoa Highlands, and you can find it in the cave there. But yeah, those are two of the most popular farming areas. If you want, I can go to the Ancient Tunnels in a little bit, but it's going to be after we do... And I forgot to drop off my gold. It'll be after we do Duriel. So... Because I want to kill this big hunka-lunka pain of an ass. Yep, life pool's tiny for Nightmare. It's because I was concentrating on getting my strength up so I can just dump into Vitality from here on out. So once we get to 54, I'll be able to equip our Spirit Monarch, and we'll be set. Can Alzorath survive? Probably not. Find out next time on Pokemon. What? Gotta catch 'em all. This Pokemon is Diglett. He looks like poop in the ground. Yeah, my mana pool is about the same as my life pool. That's really bad news, Bears. And why are you giving me Defiance? Oh yeah, because I haven't switched to Holy Freeze. Well, guess what, buddy? You're going to stay Defiance for this fight. Yeah, I'm gonna die. And I don't even care if I die. Got him. Yeah, the pits are kind of hard to find because they don't even show up on the map very well. They're just a little tiny purple square amidst red, so it really just kind of shows off as nothing. First pack you killed a second ago dropped you an IK helm. Congratulations. Yes, in hell difficulty they can drop every item in the game. Your Holy Freeze mercs seem to say they are defiance in the UI, even when I use the slow aura from them. Yeah, that's because there's a display error with it. If you hired it from Nightmare, it will stay Holy Freeze. Wishing you a Diablo 2 Resurrected, but you're happy just having a computer again. I know that feeling a little too well, actually. Do we actually have room in there? Yes, we do. Let's go ahead and just get as much as we can get then. Let's see. Yeah, we're full. Boop, 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 boop. And he'll give us a town portal back to town. Hey, Ivan, how's it going? Your nightmare in hell was your nightmare when playing hardcore? Yeah, I wouldn't want to... I would have ground up a few levels if I was doing this hardcore. I would have 100% done this
Diablo and
a little bit higher level.
me. Next time, vengeance.
Let's identify items.
It is
Didn't even use all the potions. No. 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 Oh yeah, he doesn't identify cube in this. Don't know why. I really don't. No. No. Let's see. Laptop was broken for a year until you got a really cool laptop. Awesome. Till you to Outer Cloister, follow the path. One will lead you to the... Yeah. Was someone asking where the pit was? But yeah, Act 1 is always just follow the yellow brick road. Because. All of the painful things it does. Okay, so resurrect Kasim. Drop his shit on the ground. Let's get ourselves an actual Holy Freeze mercenary. I thought we hired one before we quit last time, but no. Niraj! The Mirage. We've had Niraj a few times. Oh, yeah. Boop.
Put that to good use.
Boop. And boop.
That to good use.
So now we have a Holy Freeze mercenary. You can actually get Tal Rasha's amulet in normal difficulty on Bloody Foothills. Just as a little heads up. We got it on one of our druid runs. I was like, what? Whenever I first got it, and it turns out, yes, you can. I actually had to go check it to make sure I wasn't going crazy. Yeah, the pit is in the Tomoe Highlands. That's what they're talking about. You go to the Outer Cloister to get there, though. But yeah, Lost City. Let's go ahead and just hop over this way real quick. But the reason why people have trouble finding ancient tunnels is it's literally just this tiny little square amidst all this red. Yep. I got a Tal Rasha's amulet from normal Bloody Foothills in Act 5 normal. As a druid. Never got it as a sorceress there. Think they'll fix the visual glitch with the summoner druid soon? I oddly enough didn't encounter it when I was doing my testing with the bear, but I didn't use the wolves, which are the main ones causing the problem. So I don't know if they are going to fix them or not, but the spirit wolves in particular were causing problems in the beta. I haven't tried it on this one. Its required level is level 60 plus. Its item level is... its Q level is tiny. You can get pretty much... if I remember correctly, you can get every set amulet. Might be one you can't. From Nightmare and Dariel. Speaking of which, I'm going to have to farm Nightmare and Dariel eventually. But not right now. I don't feel like farming on camera.
Good day.
We might at some point after we've gotten all 7 characters through. We might farm some, but for the most part, I'm wanting to do this with just like how you would go through it if you just didn't have any outside help, nothing like that, just going through using the gear you found. That's why we started with the Summoner Necromancer, because he is so not gear dependent. Although I usually would favor Bone Necro for starting out. You now speak to Ormus. Rawr, rawr, rawr. I do not speak to Ormus, because Ormus is a dick. Was hoping for a jeweler's. If you guys are wondering what I was looking on the helmets for. We could pack on some magic find. I mean, we don't have much to begin with. We have a grand total of 32% magic find with the gloves. But decent enough resists. Okay, if running a duo with a Summoner Necro and the Necro has a Might Mercenary, what's the best aura to combo with Might for the summons? Thorns, none of those 3. If the Summoner Necro has a Might Mercenary, you want to... Or are you asking what mercenary you should get to go with them? If you're getting an Act 2 mercenary, I would probably go with Thorns. You found Death Cleaver Ethereal in Pits, Hell, and single player? Huh? Single player is still... It's still playing the game. It's still enjoying it, and you can still use it on things. Yeah, Nightmare and Dariel is actually the best place to farm for Stone of Jordan. Because she has less unique rings that can roll in it, and she drops jewelry a lot. And I am going to be killing some things to get levels, because I want to get to that Spirit Shield. Currently, I do not have a Stone of Jordan on BattleNet. And I have burned some of my Stones of Jordan to farm Annihilus. Haven't gotten any too amazing ones. I have good ones. And I have one of the old ones from whenever I did try Pluggy. But... that's where we're at on those. Hey, Etherin Sweet. I need to transfer over all my keys and do Ubers as well. Because I got a ton of those. It's just I really haven't felt like doing Ubers on single player. I don't know. I don't find Ubers that interesting. It's just a tougher enemy. For me. That's just kind of my feeling on it. So that's Arachnid Lair. We don't need that. Thankfully, I can just orb and most things here die except for these. And I might need to level up Fireball just a little bit. We are getting a little bit low on the damage end of things. How much fire damage are we doing with that? Yeah, we're definitely a little bit low on our fire damage. But as far as what kind of things you probably want to be farming in Nightmare, Andariel is definitely one of them. Honestly, farming the Council is not that bad of an idea in Nightmare for charms. because they're going to be a lot easier than the Hell versions, and they do have a high charm drop rate too. Obviously, if you can farm Hell, you want to farm Hell if you can do it quickly, because you'll have access to things like Rainbow Facets, but generally I do that with a Zealot, because they can punch through pretty much anything they want. You don't think you've ever gotten an Annie, but you always wanted to try. You only got, you only like Ubers because it's basically the only thing you didn't really get to do. You were always able to trade for a torch. Ah. Yeah. They're not bad. It's just one of those things that you do. And that's Great Marsh. I am hoping we have a Marsh skip, damn it. I will explore the rest of this place to make sure I don't have a Marsh skip. You can see our fireball damage, a little bit underwhelming now. Finally got a Shaco today for an Aki and an Ist. Awesome. Shaco, for those of you wondering, Shaco is Harlequin Crest. Is one of those items that you generally do want to get at least one of. Especially since there's the shared stash thing and you can kind of transfer them around now. Getting these important items that you can just transfer between people is nice. Stealth is a good one to make early. There's lore. There's a few others. Do I know the faster cast rate offhand? Depends on class. But for the most part, no, I don't know them offhand. I have a feel for like the breakpoints. Like I'll be playing through and like I have this gear and that gear, so I should have about this fast of cast. But if I want exact numbers, I do have to go look at the chart. And it is worth noting that action frames are an important thing in faster cast, especially whenever you are talking about PvP, because it can help determine just how much. Ow! Ouch! Ow! Stop it! And I think we might actually have. I think that might be a full cross, but we'll check it in just a minute. But are you trying to get like max frames, or are you just going for whatevers? Because right now we have 34%. Yeah, 34% on our weapon. I think we have 34% total. No, we have 54%. So we have some from somewhere else. Oh yeah, we have it from our rings. Hood, wait. I was like, where are we getting that extra 20? I kept forgetting I had them on the rings. But generally speaking, for PvE, you don't need to be quite as picky about faster cast. It's just one of those things that's nice. But whenever you get into PvP, you are squeezing out every frame, every ounce of life, everything that you can do. So you do have to be a little bit aware of it. And yes, I probably will end up with this character being my highest level character, simply because she is going to be that good at farming. Wizard Spike, I can come up with a build for every class. There's some that it's way less useful for than others, like the Druid has very limited use of Wizard Spike. There are a lot better in-slot items. But it's not a bad one to have. I would say probably like the items you want one of are like Harlequin Crest, your choice of one of the like cornerstone helmets, which is Vamp Gaze, G-Face, something like that for your melee characters. There is, of course, Enigma or Chains of Honor, whichever you prefer. Enigma's better if you're going to be doing Magic Find, some forms of PvP. And how did we not find the Spider Cavern? I'm going to go back. So we found the waypoint for up there. And I forgot to show off my inventory thing. Ah, there it is. Is there a viable mixed martial arts assassin? There are a few martial arts assassins that are viable. There's the Kixin. Unless you're talking about the charges, those are viable. They're just a pain in the ass. It's one of those things where you have to be like really on top of how you're playing the character. Goes from 105 to 200. You just looked it up. I mean, were you looking for max or what? And also, if you're just doing farming, if you're just doing farming, you don't necessarily need the highest breakpoint. Goes from 105 to 200. Just looked it up. You can run your chance guards instead of mage fist and another SOJ if you can find one and still hit the 105 breakpoint, I'm assuming. But yeah, that is stuff you need to kind of balance out. And also, there is a difference between lightning, and regular FCR for the Sorceress as well. Lightning has a bit of a longer cast time. Any recommendations for farming Talrasha's armor and amulet? The armor you're going to be farming in hell for usually. Just hell bosses, just go for whichever one's easiest for you. But for farming the amulet, Nightmare and Dariel's a good target, oddly enough, because of her jewelry drops. You'll probably get a few Stones of Jordan while you're doing it too, which can get you some decent items. This is not going to be a good one because we're not far enough in. It's resist though, so I'll take it. Let's go ahead and go like that. Yay, more resists. You're going for the 105? Okay, then yeah. Generally, I find the 200 not to be worth it whenever you're farming. Just going to put that one out there. Some people are going to try and crucify me for it, but you can get it. It's just, eh. Is it worth it? Is it worth it? Can you work it? No. But yeah, the amulet is going to be a royal pain in the butt to find, by the way. Regardless, just because of how the amulets for... We're going to put those down over there just so I don't get them mixed in. But yeah, they're going to be a pain in the butt. And I need to do that one as well. Just because how many options it has to drop and how weighted the... That is a flawless, isn't it? Yeah. How weighted the amulets are. Because guess what? Talrasha's not very heavily weighted for. It's actually weighted against. It's kind of how Stone of Jordan is weighted against. That's why you try to cut down how many you have in there. But unfortunately, Talrasha's education is towards the top of the list. So you can't really cut off options. Kind of sucks. Kind of thinking of farming for it on this character as well, because that would be way better than Eye of Etlik. Geed's Charms, I have the best luck with Hell Diablo. Don't ask me why. I have found like half my Geed's Charms off of him. And that's without like intentionally even bringing one along, but because I almost never bring them along in single player until I had like a dozen of them. Because I was looking for perfect ones. So let's see. Yeah, we need to go get our extra life. We'll be at 300 life. Woo! Yay. And in 11 levels, we'll have access to our shield. Yeah. But yeah, Geed's Charm is nice to get. Just, even if you're going to be gambling, it's just nice to get. That and Edge. Let's see, that is 43. So next level, we get our fire one. So I'll go ahead and put it in there. I'm going to put it over here so it's a little bit protected from me accidentally dropping it. And then 43, we get the faster cast belt, which isn't going to do much. Never forget that your ultimate purpose here is to... But we get to skip Great Marsh, yay! I hate Great Marsh. Great Marsh can suck a monkey butt. Oh, it's going to come out through here. Yeah, there we go. Oh, wow. Okay. Thank you for the murder. That's appreciated. There you go. Goodness gracious. You found 2 Geeds from Hell Mephisto? Yeah, I think Mephisto and Council are the highest drop rates for Geeds, if you remember correctly. I would probably guess the Council's the highest. If I had to, like, do an honest-to-goodness guess. Just because the Council has a bigger tendency towards dropping that kind of stuff. It's more likely to roll a Grand Charm, and to get a unique Grand Charm, you need it to roll a Grand Charm first. It's actually not a terrible staff. But it's not good either. But yeah, if I had to guess, it would be the Council, at least as far as, like, efficiency goes. Same reason why you farm them for the, crap, I'm trying to remember the name of it. Rainbow Facets. There we go. I still think the funniest thing was I was testing the high damage Paladin to see if it still worked, and it does. It's still as crappy as ever, but it still works. But I was testing that one, and it dropped a Geed's Charm from Diablo. I'm like, okay, fine. Cool game. Now down in here, I'm probably not going to do this whenever we get into Hell difficulty on this area, but for this, I totally am. I'm killing everything here because good XP. You farmed Hell Mephisto enough to get 22 Essences of Hatred, yet you've yet to find a Geeds. Found a perfect Towel Orb. Sweet. T-Strokes, Aki. That's 24 hours. That's actually some really good finding. Geeds is a little bit of a weird one, by the way. You're not going to find it nearly as much off of him because he doesn't have a high chance to drop charms. None of the act bosses really do. There's too many other options for them to drop. Whereas the junk droppers will generally have pretty good chances of dropping charms, jewels, gems, stuff like that. Runes.
It's locked.
Spawn! Dang it! There they are. I guessed the wrong direction. This magic ring does me no good. Doesn't do me any good either, old man. When is Orb better than Blizzard? Whenever you want to be lazy. Or whenever you want to be dual elemental. Because Orb takes an investment of like 20 some odd points to actually make really like decent. Like you can see, it's just bashing through these just fine. Yeah, whenever you want to be dual elemental, the Orb is actually really nice. And I need to be backed off of those little explodey boys. There we go. Grab all the gold. Do I need more healing potions? Yeah, why not? I'm glad I opened that. I can use another shale. Ow. I'm getting shot in the face. Stop. I generally prefer Orb plus Fireball rather than Orb plus Meteor because I don't like mixing two cast delay skills. But Orb plus Meteor is pretty solid. I do use it sometimes. Like, with the Fireball one, you're going to be generally investing in Meteor as a synergy anyway, so it's fine. Don't die on me, mercenary. I keep getting the fire shrines. Why? What's better until you get good gear? Orb and fireball. You cast the orb and then you spam fireball in between. Well, you were having great luck. 2 open socket monarch. Ugh, gross. Ow, explodey pies. Gross. Don't need an arbalist. That can go in there. Those can go in there. I just need to make sure I have room. I need probably more healing potions whenever I get a chance. And I generally want the mercenary to go in so you can attract those little bone boys. But yeah, if you don't mind mixing the casting delay things, I personally don't like it. It's just my own personal taste. Found a blue Shaco today. No! What I hate is whenever I am like going through some place and it rolls me a magic elite and I look at it and it's got double durability. I'm like, you sons of butts. Thanks for giving me a set item of elite that I can't use. Okay, so new stats. We've got more vitality. We'll have to put 1 more level into strength. That's fine. But do we want to keep going for this, or do we want to up the fire damage? You know what? We're going to keep going cold for a while. I think I skipped out on putting a point before because I was humming and hawing about it. Okay, so I'm going to check up here. I don't think this is going to be the right way, but it could be. It is! Sweet. On to the 3rd level. Oh no. Yeah, Andariel generally is good for the junk drops. I always forget the layout of this one, so we're just going to run around the edge. I think it might actually be the middle in this one. Nope, it's there. Mercenary's dead. They murdered him, you bastards! It's fine. We can afford to revive him. We have plenty of money. I am slightly annoyed they didn't drop me another mana potion, though. There you go. Thank you. But Andariel farming is not that bad of a thing to do. She's very consistent at getting you jewelry, which is good for getting your Ravenfrost up, your Stones of Jordan. Various amulets are good from her. Although your best amulets you're not going to get in Nightmare. You're going to actually do Hell Andy for a number of them. Can we break Ormus's? Nope, he figured out his way. He figured out a way, you butt. Oh, actually, that's actually not a bad ring for starting out. That will go good on our Zealot. When we start one. 43 for that. Starting to build up our low runes. And yeah, we're starting to get kind of squared away of just having good gear. It's fine. So let's go resurrect Dipkus. Hey, guy. Yes, he's going to die more to us if we don't bug him, but I'd rather have him actually distract things and die than to not. In case you're wondering why I'm not bugging him. You're farming your Telrasha and Nightmare Andy. Don't say that. Need some motivation. Ah. Sorry. She's going to give you... Hopefully she gives you 25 Tal amulets. Maybe I should actually kill some of these instead of just running past, but there we go. I was just kind of darting past them and I was like, oh, wait a minute, I need levels. Or I should get levels. I don't necessarily need them. I should get them. I need them to justify dumping all that strength, though. Look at how that XP go. Whee! Oh, we could have just gone right? Okay. That's fine. I didn't realize there was an exit on that side. But yeah, we're just kind of crawling through as quickly as possible. I'm going to walk just to get the XP out of this XP shrine. You got to Act 5 Anya quest in Hell difficulty. You cannot get past the trash and you're getting murdered. Ooh, that's no good. What class are you, out of curiosity? I have to ask that each time, because people do change which character they're playing. I might have tips, might not have tips. If you're using a Blizzard Sorceress, I'm sorry, you're boned. Because those things have really high cold resist above the immunity, so you're not breaking it. Unless you have like a team or a lot of really good items. You're playing a Sorceress. Are you doing Fireball Orb Sorceress, or are you doing Blizzard Sorceress, or what? Because against them, you generally, the trick to it is, unless you're getting gloamed, in which case you're kind of screwed. One, respawn the area without gloams, and two, ow, you stabbed me in the face, my friends. That sucks. Two, use Fireball from across the way. You're doing cow level till you get your damn Monarch. I mean, can't blame you. They are a little strength heavy, but they're so solid. So let's see. I think we want to, yeah, keep going up. But yeah, if you're going Fire Orb, you will want to just kind of hide across the way and Fireball them to death. But if you are pure Blizzard, you are kind of boned down there. There's not really much you can do about it. Yet another reason why I recommend Dual Elemental for getting through. Mono Elemental for farming. Spirit Sword, Lore, Ancients Plays, Resist Gear for Max, Fireball, Frozen Orb, level 77. Are you getting gloamed to death by any chance? Although, with that setup, your resist shouldn't be terrible. Gloams, if you have max lightning resist, you should survive a few hits from them. Found a Blood Raven Charge Matriarchal Bow. It's a rare drop. It's an uncommon one to find. Is it good? Not really, but it's not terrible. If you're making a Boazon, it's kind of like a good one until you get like a high-end item. Tomb 1, nope. Okay, I'm actually going to look for the waypoint, I guess. Stat-wise, more vitality. Get rid of you. Let's go ahead and go a little bit more into orb. Because we don't need higher for this part. But yeah, that should be a fairly solid setup for it. You might have just gotten a bad spawn group. It is worth noting that in Hell difficulty, you have a fairly variable group of enemies that can spawn in an area. So you could end up with a situation of, oh, I'm getting gloams. I should respawn this area. Second time, you might get gloams again. Third time, you might get frozen, whatever they're called. frozen beasts, the demon things. Armor stand. Ooh, Hunter's Guise might. Nope. It's Armageddon. Armageddon is like one of my least favorite fire spells. If you didn't know. I mean, it's fun to kind of mess around with, but it's just too random. But yeah, we probably won't get to rescuing Hell Anya on this character today. It'll probably be next stream, maybe even the stream after when we do. Oh, he's a boss. That would explain a little bit. You love your Fire Orb build. You're level 85 and haven't respec once. Max Orb, Max Cold Mastery, Max Firebolt, Max Fireball, and have one in a meter, which is buffed with 10 gear. Yeah, you tried twice and got the frozen assholes. Yeah, the frozen guys are sadly the easier pack. You'll be using Fireball mostly down there. Yeah, that's not a bad setup for it, especially with like some of the changes to immunity. Personally, for this one, we're not going to be pumping Cold Mastery. I'm just going to get this up to 20. And then we're going to be dumping into Meteor and Fireball, and I'm going to be relying on Fire as my main killer. Just to make things a little bit easier on me. But the Orb strategy is just as valid. Neither is absolutely perfect or absolutely terrible. Pure Blizzard is absolutely terrible for going through the story, in my opinion. Because you have to just juke past so many cold immunes, especially in Act 5. So, you haven't found a darn Monarch to get that skill buff? I'm sorry. If I find another one, and if you're on PC, I might be able to give it away. But I don't think I've actually seen a second just white Monarch. Usually I do end up having to use a socket quest on them, though, yes. Let's see. Always look up for Runic Talons. It has Godly Mod if you're lucky. Got one 3-socket for Lightning Sentry. Nice. Trying to think. You mean 3-socket for Lightning Sentry? I'm trying to think what mod that would be. I mean, you can get him 3-socket with 3 Lightning Sentry. Found 2 Monarchs with 3 sockets. I mostly... I mean, I'll keep an eye out for socketed ones, but I don't get my hopes up on them. Because usually I end up getting the 1 socket. I'm like, no. For 3-socket, you're usually better off with the the Elite Bone Shield. I keep forgetting what it's called. And are you keeping up with me at all? 43? Yeah, he is. Boop. There we go. And do we want to bother going down in the sewers just yet, or do we want to get our book first? I think we want to get our book first. Mainly because it's going to make life a lot easier for us. Because we are desperately low on life. Three socket, 3 Lightning Sentry. Yeah. That's not a bad one. Trying to think what all you could put into it, but... Hey, congratulations on the Tal Rasha's Adjudication, I believe is what it's called. Adjudication, sorry. Nightmare Andariel. She's a really good farming spot. It's one of those like secret things that a lot of new players don't know about. So I really try and like drive that one home, because a lot of people they'll dismiss a lot of the Nightmare farming spots. Nightmare Mephisto can drop a lot of amazing items, but he's super popular because, well, he's Mephisto. But Nightmare Diablo, if you can kill those Seal Guardians fast, is really good for getting things like Scolder's Ire and stuff. And then you have, yeah, Troll's Nest is the shield I was thinking of earlier. But Diablo and Endariel are just, in Nightmare, so overlooked, even though they can drop such amazing things. It's just because people think Mephisto runs. They think Pindle runs in hell and stuff like that. And it's like, no, these are great places. You don't necessarily want every item in the game to be a possible drop. It's not always the best thing. If you have less potential drops, you're more likely to get the thing you want. Hell Diablo, yeah. Chaos Sanctuary is my most ran thing in Hell. By far. Like, I have multiple characters I run that with. And it's usually part of most of my, like, long runs. Because I don't do the thing where I hop out of games a lot. In single play, even in single player. Mainly because it doesn't really do much for me. I'd rather just farm a whole bunch of things. And just explore the world. You're a shield and helm away from full Saigons? Nice. It's good for Paladin, too. You never get anything from Pindle or Meph. But yeah, I love farming Hell Diablo because Hell Diablo, one, it's a level 85 area. So any bosses there that spawn besides the Seal Guardians don't drop level 87. They're actually a tier lower. But they still drop good. The Seal Guardians can't drop it, but any like unique you find there can drop level 87 items. You have Finger Mages, which have increased chances of dropping runes. It's just nice. It is not a bad place to farm. Teleport, damn it. There you go. Oh, that's just dead end. I just wasted a mana straw. Oh, wow. Talk about perfect timing. There we go. Got a level up off of it, too. Sweet. You farmed Hell Mephisto and after your 9th gold wrap, you forced yourself to get a Merc geared up and farm everything else. Yeah, I feel that one. He's actually a good place to get MF, like Magic Find gear, though. But, yeah, I would rather farm, like, Diablo and stuff like that. Another nice thing about Chaos Sanctuary is it's a consistent map. You don't have to go hunting your target to hunt Diablo. You just literally go through the waypoint and go right. Every time. Trying to hit 92 eventually to get the Cold Mastery to 17 in your build suite. Let's see. Skill-wise, I'm gonna get that up to 20. Why? Because I'm determined to. Do I really want to swap to this? I don't think I do. I'm not gonna. I'm fine with my current faster cast. And yes, I know I could have control shifted that over.
May the black book bring a black day to hell.
Let's go ahead and use that for our strength. Now we can just go straight vitality with everything else we get. We've already gained 100 health this one act. I think we've gained a few levels too. Okay, so our next lovely target is the Council. Council's going to be a pain in the ass in hell difficulty, by the way. In case anyone is curious, that's going to be probably the spot where you catch me cussing the most. Just because this build does not do well versus the council. The cold can trash them a little bit, but it's one of those where it's like, they are tough nuggies. In Nightmare, it's not going to be too bad, I don't think, unless our level bites us in the ass. Which it could. We're under-leveled. But yeah, I should get my Sorceress in single player to 99. And what the hell? Please tell me I'm not the only one noticing that. That is very strange. Oh, that's a boss mob. You had to buy a lower resist and kite them individually? Ouch. Kind of surprised. I mean, unless they were a fire immune batch as well, should have been fine. Except for, unless you were trying to toe-to-toe the big stunny boys. Those can rip your face open. The Wendigos, they're painful ones. Oh, I see you up there. I guess I should save my mercenary. There you come on. Come on, Bessie. Okay, are we going to have a boss mob here? No. Oh, yeah, we do. At least I think we're gonna. Is it gonna be a boss mob or is it just gonna be rando? It's just gonna be rando. Rando Calrissian. Okay, so for this part, I am going to go ahead. Come up here and get the waypoint. What were we supposed to notice? I forget. Oh, I know what I was asking you to notice. Watch the screen brightness. If we come back down here, we can probably make it do it again. Okay, when I'm next to this, it gets really, really bright. Then as soon as I walk away, it gets really, really dark. It's very strange. I can see it on the stream. Like the preview. Orb and Cold Mastery is max. Fireball and Bolter max. I think it might be the max Cold Mastery. I generally don't recommend, even with the changes that they made, I wouldn't do max Cold Mastery. There are reasons to use it, and it can be broken in some respects, but not for this build. The build that you'd want it for would be one that uses Glacial Spike. Oh yeah, I would max Fire Mastery instead of Cold Mastery. But this build, the orb you're not doing for your main damage. Your main damage is fire with orb support, because it's strong enough at max level. Like right now, we're almost doing 300 damage. What I usually do is I'll max orb, and then everything else is in fire. I don't even put any into bolt. But yeah, I'll do 20 points into orb, 20 into fireball, 20 into meteor, and then 20 into fire mastery. And then as we get more points, I'll probably usually put it into firebolt. I mean, we already have 9 points in it, so it's going to be a few points off of that anyway. But I mean, high level orb is not the worst thing ever. It's just it doesn't work well in Act 5. And it probably worked really great for you in a few of the other acts, having that max cold mastery, because it lets you punch through things. But for this, not so much. I usually recommend 250 to 300 Magic Find. 497 is fine. It's gonna be higher Magic Find, but the thing is, it's diminishing returns. So it's extremely diminishing returns. Where are they at? I know they're in there. I'm going to teleport up here, try and lure them out. There they are. But yeah, I want to lure them out in small little batches because I am low on life. There you guys are. Come with me, Simba. Stop running into the Hydras, dumbass. Yeah, he's gonna get himself murdered. Back off. There we go. He's gonna wander around for a second while I make this. Let's see. Almost made a sanctuary shield just because it's really fun to say the runes Kokomo. It's not a bad shield either. It's a fairly solid resistance shield. It's an upgrade from Ancient's Pledge. Get blue items all the time. Yeah, that's about normal. Because the way it works, think of it as Magic Find is literally the increasing your chance to find magic. And yes, I aim for 250 to 300%. That's just because that's usually the sweet spot for me with speed versus Magic Find. But, and yeah, we still had a leaf on us. But as far as the breakpoints, I actually have the sheet over here. Let's go ahead and open that one up. I think it was... Oh, no, it was the other one. Okay, the maximum you can get for unique find is 250% increase. There, I opened it up on the other screen, so I might be responding to chat a little bit slow. Let's pop it into that window so I can actually see everything above. But there is a point where you, even if you get like a perfect Magic Find Small Charm, it actually won't increase your unique find. But unique caps out at 250%. Set caps out at 500%, rare caps out at 600%, and magic has no cap. So as you increase your magic find, think of the magic find as a diagonal line. But as you get rare, set, and unique, they will actually curve and flatten out. And they'll never quite hit those 600, 500, and 250% marks, simply because, well, the closer they get, the less improvement you get for point of magic find. And even if you had 9 billion Magic Find, you still would not hit those points because it's an approaching rather than a hitting. And it's truncated, not rounded. If that makes sense. So at, let's say, 200% Magic Find, you have... Let's scroll down to the 200 point. At 200% Magic Find, you have 111% Unique Find. At 500 Magic Find, you have 166% Unique Find. So, yeah. You notice that it's not a very big increase for, what, 300%? So, it really does, it diminishes a lot after the 300% mark. It's that way for all of them. So unless you are looking specifically for blue items, having super high magic find isn't going to help. And you actually do want to farm for some bases, so it can actually hurt in some cases. Ha! It rhymed. And hey, Jinzang, how you doing? Hopefully well. And why? Oh, because I had that on my swap. I was like, why do I have Firebolt? Here's that one down. And any charms we get from here on out, well, from here through the rest of Nightmare difficulty, do have the potential of being skillers. So we do need to keep that in mind. Ooh, a jewel. Nice. I kind of wish there were set jewels as well that you could make kind of like pseudo rune words with. Or that would... Oh, that would be actually really cool. Make a set jewel that fills in for a random rune. That'd be actually kind of awesome. But that's just like modding ideas. That's not something that will ever exist in the game. You found a Bone Cult War Staff would be... I don't remember the stats off of that one off the top of my head. Actually, that doesn't even... Is that the unique? I don't remember. Blue items can be really good. Just picked up an ammunition. An assassin claw, I'm guessing, with traps for your traps in. Just solo past hell with your assassin. Suffered but fun. Yeah.
I can't.
The assassin can be a little bit troublesome if you get unlucky. Boop. Let's grab the War Scepter. I'm hoping the rambling explanation helped out, though. You can also get Jeweler's Monarchs. Those are drop only. You can't actually shop them because Monarchs won't show up in the shops. So you could theoretically gamble them, but your chances of getting it are really damn slim. Like painfully slim. Oh, there's another one alive there. Die! But yeah, we're going to be going through with each and every one of the classes, so... And I need to fight in here. I would just go straight for Mephisto and just go to Act 4, but I need levels. I need to be leveled up before we get too far into this. So killing things is going to be good for us. Oh, amulet? Oh, a magic yeah, the +3 amulets can only be found on magic ones as well. So, yay. Definitely. Let's see, I'm going to go this way. Definitely good to pick up blue amulets if you're going for a mono tree build. Let's see. Normally, I don't end up going mono tree, so I'll favor the +2s, but a trap assassin can go with that, especially considering the only like off trap thing that you'll probably have is going to be your thing to deal with lightning immunes. But even then, you're not always going to be using off traps because you can still use the Blade Fury or you can use your fire grenades as your lightning immune killers. That said, you can still go for kicks and fire traps. I mean, your fire explosive things, and it can still be relatively strong. And it does give you a way to deal with fire lightning immunes as well as physical lightning immunes. But lightning is your main. The fear of autocorrect. Let's go ahead and teleport across here. And that's the stairs down. Would be nice if we had the waypoint. Because I probably will, as much as I talk trash on Mephisto, I probably will farm him. Hey, this would have been a good farming map. But yeah, Sorry. I'm actually tempted to make a video about how the fascination with Magic Find is kind of detrimental to people as well. I mean, Magic Find never hurts unless you're looking for item bases. But as far as... I'm going to just teleport through. Back up, let him fight the mercenary. Oh, he's going to focus it on me. That's fine. And since no act boss can become cold immune, by the way, that's why a lot of that stuff is very powerful versus them.
Mephisto shall no longer
Because the
darken
cold
our
mastery
souls.
will punch through act boss resists really nicely. That's where the whole concept of doing a Blizzard Sorceress came from. What's a good level to start doing Hell on? Depends on your class, but usually for most characters, I would recommend low 70s, mid 70s. For most players. If you know what you're doing, you can actually get into Hell in your 50s and be perfectly fine.
Greetings.
But for most people, nah. So lightning poison, cold poison, now that can go away. Yeah, that's going to be giving us money. Uh, 33 skill points, left orb and fireball are maxed. What should I do with what's left? If you want to actually like directly copy the build that I'm doing right now, I have 1 warmth, 20 fireball, 20 orb, 1 cold mastery. That's your like basic thing. After that, I invest in meteor and fire mastery, and you should be using up, that should be the rest of your skill points there. But I would probably go meteor before fire mastery. The classic game is still good. I actually admit I have played that within the past week. It hasn't just all been Resurrected. But with your plus skills, for most of the things you're going to be dealing with, Cold Mastery will do just fine with just 1 point in it. Because you have a Spirit Sword, you have a Lore Helmet, you probably could find a +1 skills amulet, just even if it's just a basic Sorceress amulet. Like a basic rare or basic magic.
What do you need?
Oh yeah, I don't have any stuff. Did I? I think I might have sold one of my charms. Now that I'm looking at it. We do need to save the leaf for another character because that'll be on our assassin. And it'll be on our druid. You'll max meteor now. And the nice thing is meteor, like if you need a punch against a single target that's kind of like hooked on something, meteor will wreck their crap. Like nobody's business. It will toasty them. But for the most part, I don't usually rely on meteor for like general use. I'll go with fireball and left click, and I'll have teleport, meteor, orb, and static on my right click. Just kind of rotating through them. Now for the actually hard act of Nightmare. Ugh. Let's go clockwise this time. We don't go clockwise very often. 13 points left. Sweet. I would be putting the rest into Fire Mastery, just so your fire skills do a ton of damage. That's what I'm running, at least. Probably after I beat hell difficulty with this. I'm probably actually going to keep it the same and just farm Andariel with it to get all my jewelry and stuff like that going. And then I'll consider a respec. That's one thing. It's one thing I really love about this particular build is I don't have to respec as I'm going through. So I get to save all 3 of my respecs so I can kind of just change up my farming as I need it. So I only have to make 1 sorceress. So, and yeah, the remaster is smooth. I have it capped at 60 frames per second so I don't like blow anything up, but yes, you should always limit your frame rate to whatever your monitor is. So something doesn't try to like go out of bounds with it and just toast itself. You know, video cards like what they've been doing with power delivery going ape shit. Blowing themselves up, if you will. I don't need 2 socket circlets. I already have a lore. I don't need... I keep needing to talk myself out of that. But yeah, I'm not really going to be doing a lot of magic finding on camera. Unless that's like a requested thing. Because I find it a little boring to watch. Although I guess it would be good for a tip stream because I wouldn't have to actually pay attention to what I'm doing in front of me. Because it's pretty much just repeat mode. Always click in the same area. Human bot, if you will. Forget, was it Dobrunsky that was doing human bot? Or was it, oh, I'm trying to remember their name. There's another one. He's a little bit smaller in the, like... Hey, Death Mask. Die, you fools. This is... Ah, crap. I'm trying to remember. Blackhorn's Face. Slows target is not bad. But we're probably not going to be using that on anybody right now. Dobrunsky did the human bot thing. Yeah, I knew it was one of them. There's for a while there, it was a trend among Diablo 2 creators to do the 100, 1,000 runs thing because it was really popular for views, and it still is. And I might do a little mini-series on that, but I like to mix my stuff up a little too much, so I'd have to, like, mess around with them. Oh, we're going to be leveling up a lot. We're under-leveled. But once I get Orb to 20, we'll switch back to doing Fireball up to 20, and then we'll just start getting the prerequisites for Meteor. But yeah, as always, if there are any questions, it doesn't matter if you think they're stupid questions, it's fine. There are a lot of little details in this game that a lot of people don't understand. I've actually had someone block me because I was explaining how Magic Find drops work. Because they were like... They were pissed that... I'm trying to think of how to phrase this in a nice way. Scolder's ire was what they were looking for. I was like, okay. But they blocked me because I explained that if you're getting a lot of Berserker's Hauberks from Diablo, that's usually a good sign that you are on the way to be getting a Scolder's Ire from them, because the way it does it is it'll determine the base item, then it asks, does this upgrade, then asks the quality. So it's like, oh, is this a splint mail? Yes. Does this upgrade to a russet? Yes. Okay, does it upgrade to a Balrog? No. Is this unique set rare or magic? Or plain even? But with Diablo, it would be magic as a minimum. Due to his no drop tables. Oh, and damage on Orb is currently 281 to 296. And we have level 6 mastery with plus skills. Which is fine for where we're at. Oh, great. We have Gloams. Nice. I'm just going to be firing a pretty much constant orb and moving in weird patterns. So you guys can just kind of live with that for a little while. Because I hate Gloams. And this hits a lot of things on screen. Of course, it's not going to get the Gloams because Gloams can shoot me from off screen, but Oh, a Fushina. Nice. We're getting uniques all of a sudden. Am I getting streamer luck? You think I get streamer luck? Ha! Blizzard doesn't like me. Because I criticize them a lot. So, yeah. Let's go ahead and get the mana potion. And just a second and I'll read chat. I'm kind of like in a little bit of a tough situation there. There we go. You're wrecking now? I am glad that it helps. What's the highest MF on magic and rare boots and gloves? On magic ones? I don't know that one off the top of my head. But I know that rings can get kind of obscenely high. I don't usually go too high on magic find on my gloves. And I usually go war travs on my boots. So I don't usually use magic find items for those slots. Rings you can. Fortuitous Ring of Fortune is a thing. Let's go ahead and murder these. See, get the GGs. Gonna try. Oh, it's ethereal too. Nice. Ooh, if I was playing a different character, I would totally use this right now, but we're gonna use this on one of our melee characters that doesn't need meditation, by the way. Got an ethereal Kelpie snare, my man. I'm happy. That's actually a really good thing. Kind of wish we had something with Crushing Blow, but yes, we'll be using both of those. Because why not? Do I need to make a melee necro and kind of go with that? Sorry, excuse me. Let's see. Hydra, I don't recommend it for new players because it's kind of rough around the edges. I will do a Hydra Sorceress eventually, but lightsaber from Pindle. Congratulations. Wait a minute. Yeah, lightsaber can drop from him. Alzorath can't. I was like, wait a minute. But no, he can drop one of the phase blades. A pus spitter ranged necro? We could. It's not good. If you're going for a bow necro, you generally go either brand or oh crap, I'm trying to remember the name of the other one. The demon machine. There we go. Demon machine Kukushikaku is more for your bow sorceress. Demon machine is for your bow necro. Those guys hurt like a truck. I just need Izzy. Where's Iswal? I will beat it out of all of you. And yes, I am drinking health potions because I am low life. And he always spawns... Ah, crap. I forget what the terrain feature is, but there is a terrain feature that he spawns by. And I haven't seen it yet. Grand Charm could be a skiller. It's not. How's it going, RP? Oh, you'll have to catch up later? Well, hopefully you have a good rest of your day. I will be trying to stream earlier in the day as well at times. I just don't know what days, because currently still just trying to establish a streaming schedule. Like to see some streams that show off the different mercenaries. I've done videos on each of them, like builds for each of them. We have the... It was released a while back, so they're not really the best quality, but I did do a video on builds for each of them, including even how to make the Act 3 mercenary useful, which is ungodly expensive. But yeah, I think I put it in the builds playlist as well, if you want it narrowed down. Just a second and I'll answer the magic find question. trying not to die to Gloams real quick. How much Magic Find do you think is good to farm Mephisto and Bale in Hell? Like 250 to 300. That's going to be my answer to pretty much any Magic Find quantity things, because frankly, beyond that, as long as it's not slowing you down, it's fine. But if it's slowing you down at all beyond that point, it's not going to be worth it. So never sacrifice speed to go up above 300% Magic Find. All the Gloams. Oh, Gloams plus Oculus, not a fun combo. Oh, goodness gracious. And Inferno's not fun with it either, by the way. So don't go hugging any Venom Lords. I don't... As much love as there is for Oculus and as good as it is for Magic Find, I'm sorry, but my god, is it annoying. It's... I will almost always go for full towels if I have the option. Just because of that teleport. And there's another boss mob. Sweet. And yes, I am still at the stage of picking up every rune. So, sorry if you don't want to see me picking up every bloody rune. And did anybody else just notice their AI break? I'm not going crazy, am I? Those two that were just standing there staring off into the abyss like they were questioning their life choices. There's Izzy Wizzy. I will kill you in a minute, Iswal. You are not my priority. And I think I may have accidentally bugged the mercenary, by the way. Yeah, I think I did, because he's not concentrating on him. You have full towels, you just need level 71? Yeah. Full towels is actually really good for this build in particular, by the way.
He was corrupted to the core. I pity him.
Yeah, the lightning souls are irritating shits. There we go. Inventory. Checking the grand charm and the small charm. Dexterity, nope. Hey, our third skiller. And this one's actually semi-useful. Your mercenary just runs the corner and just stands there. That's how most of them do. There are little tricks to pulling them around. Like, they will, if you just let them sit there, they will just stop and just stand there and stare at a wall. But if you move, like, far enough away that they're like, oh, I must tether, they'll actually come and get you. That's why you'll see me kind of, like, wobble a bit. Yeah, the armor e-bug has been fixed. I have transferred over an item that's e-bugged, but for the most part, I generally tried to avoid it before because it felt kind of cheaty. That, and I don't give much of a rat's ass about defense. I know, it's stupid, but I don't really care much about min-maxing. I care about having fun and having interesting builds. Lame, no drops? He never drops anything good. Iswal is not good for farming. I am looking for, however, a Necro head with good skills so I can make a Splendor in it. I also need to farm some runes and all that fun stuff, but for the most part, things here, not a huge threat. Because most of the things here, other than the finger mages, are going to be melee enough that they'll come after me and die to orb before they become a threat. The little chucker boys are a little irritating, but eh. But yeah, e-bugging has... I'm not sure how I feel about it being removed. I'm kind of on the fence about it. Because on one hand, I understand why it was removed, but on the other hand, it didn't really hurt that much. Removal of it does hurt paladins ever so slightly, but for the rest of the classes, not so much. Hey, that's better armor for our mercenary. Rock Fleece.
I'll put that to good
I mean, yes, less resist, but 10% damage reduction. Do I actually want to use it on him, though, is the question. I think so for... but leveling up this might actually be better.
I'll put that.
Keeping his resist tapped out. So we'll use it on him later whenever he's caught up in levels and has his own resist up. So drop that in. We have one of those. We have flawed up to normal. We have a war cry. And no, I'm not re-rolling the war cry. Let's see, that goes there. Speaking of useless to me, you just got a war cry skiller. Hey, I like the war cry skillers. Thank you very much. Insight's only good for casters. It's okay for non-casters. Like, I wouldn't say no to it on a non-caster. But, like, Kelpie Snare is better for a non-caster, for example. But for mercenary gear, you generally just want to go for on the weapon damage, and if you can get it, life leech, and on the helmet and armor, resist and life leech are your just big things to go for. If you're looking for high-end stuff, Reaper's Toll with treachery armor and either Vamp Gaze or Andy's Visage or Talarasha's Mask are all good helmets. G-Face is a good helmet. Yeah, the skillers are good for Singer Barbs. And honestly, even if you don't go with like an actual Singer Barb, you can still use Warcry charms for like your early buffs if you're really feeling like min-maxing your pre-buffs. Like people get mad at me for not doing. I'm not big on pre-buffing. I'm sorry. People get mad at me for it, and they're like, why is your life so low? Why don't you use battle orders? Why don't you use a high-level enchant? Because I'm lazy whenever it comes to that. I'd rather just let Lava Gouts handle it. If I want enchant, I'd rather not have to swap gear around to get battle orders. I'd rather have enough life that I don't need that in the first place. Admittedly, it is very powerful, and it does help versus Gloams to have battle orders. So I would have less room to be, like, complaining about them, but still. Would it be good to stack auras on an Act 2 Mercenary for the Summoner build? Yes. If you have the access to the different auras. Whenever I show off the Necromancer... I mean, not the Necromancer, the Druid Summon build, you'll see some of the kind of tricks that you can do to help the Necromancer summons become stronger, though I don't always recommend them. But they are definitely viable. Gimme gold! Gold is very nice. Fanaticism on weapon, Thorn's armor, and Dream Helm. The Dream Helm won't do anything for them. The Dream Helm is just lightning damage. It doesn't actually stack anything onto your minions. Brain fart real quick. If you're looking for Act 2 like aura sources, if you're going just like stacking auras on him, and I'm not going to recommend this, I'm just going to say it's possible. Bramble armor and I'm trying to remember the name of the weapon. It's the one that gives concentration. It's really expensive. It requires a Cham rune. So it's one of those things. And actually, I'm going to keep that on me. It will not give the minions Holy Shock. It only gives the mercenary Holy Shock. You're rocking Gladiator's Bane, Crown of Thieves, and Reaper's Toll on your mercenary? Yeah, that is actually a really good combo. The only thing in that needs any kind of, like, even consideration of upgrades would be the armor, and even still, Gladiator's Bane is still solid. A lot of people underestimate Gladiator's Bane. It's not bad armor. I've used it before. Like, way back in the day. I don't use it too much now, but I just shot a ball from that thing's crotch. Infinity's nice for casters. Yeah, I think the one I'm thinking of is Pride. For the concentration. Because that'll stack on top of the, like, that'll stack with the might and give even more damage boost. Of course, you could also use it yourself and put the, sorry, I'm trying to concentrate on what's going on in front of me as well as chat. But you could use it on them to actually stack it on top of that, or you could use Reaper's Toll and wear the Pride yourself.
I need a key.
If you wanted to. Your Blizzard Source uses Treachery G-Face with IAS Jewel and a Reaper's Toll with Shale. That's a good combo. No, that's a fine combo. You're going to be lacking a little bit with... Well, no, you should have some Life Leech on that. How many plus skills do I have? I think like 4? No, I have 5. I have 5 plus cold and 6 plus fire. Because we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I keep forgetting I have Spirit Shroud. Let's go ahead and just keep murdering. You had an Eth Thresher and got 5 socket from Cube, wanted 4, ended up making Obedience with it. Obedience isn't bad. That's a decent, like, if you don't need any auras from your mercenary, it's a good solid one to just have them use. A lot of people do like having the auras from their mercenary, though, so... That did not get many shots out for the cast there. Jeez. Right into the wall. Let's go ahead and grab this. It's going to be more important for me. This should be... Yeah, this is Mr. Happy there. Oh, nice Holy Shock. Sweet. And yeah, Mercenary is definitely bugged. Does Infinity help boost attack rating? No, it reduces enemy defense. It is a notable difference, but it is still nice. It basically gives you ignore target defense, essentially, because it reduces defense a lot. So, but it is worth noting you still need to be of a certain level to still hit things reliably. It just helps to not have them have any defense. It does look like a dish rag on their head. That's one thing I don't like about my Necromancer right now in single player, is he really does look like he just got... that's our second fall room. It does look like he's got literally just a tiny little, like, dish towel on his head. I'm gonna do the dishes later. Thwomp. Thwomp. And this should be, yeah, the waypoint. And the old one, it was a condom hat. Now it's a towel. A hand towel. So our gem-wise, we're not doing terrible. We actually got a little skull heavy there. It's not... I mean, I have teleport. I just don't use it. But right now, I'm just kind of going through it how I would recommend new players do it. That's the whole reason why we have these, is kind of like new player questions welcome and stuff like that. Speaking of which, I need to design some of these like water bottle things. Because I have to say, I'm really happy with the demo they sent me. Because it is working like a charm. I've had this water bottle sitting here with me for, geez, about 4 hours now since I filled it up, and it's still cold. So I'm happy with that. Does control click work for me? For the most part it does. So I use shift click more, but okay. So we're level 47. We're not quite to spirit yet. Hey Remington, how's it going? Oh, this isn't H2O. It is a water bottle, but it's not H2O in it. It's streamer juice. Now yours for 1 pint for $95.99. Thanks to the internet. Oh, I need to actually talk. We were about to just go after Diablo without getting our skill points. Oh, yeah, because we've been putting a point in that. We actually have free points. Let's go for... I think I am going to just put it in there just to get that started going up. Once that gets to 20, I'll start moving down here and get the synergies. But we're looking fairly solid on this one so far. But this is like just a super consistent, easy to do build. The alternative generally, if you're not into fire, would be the lightning orb, which would be these skills right here. You generally want to max out lightning and use that in the place of what we're using fireball for right now. But it takes higher, faster casts, so generally I don't recommend it for your first build, just because fire is same cast rate as cold. It's got all these kind of other things working for it. Doesn't require quite as many points to become overpowered as far as against things that are vulnerable to it. The big disadvantage for it is it's not as easy to break as lightning. So breaking lightning resists is relatively easy, because only a few of them are exceptionally high. That said, I would much rather farm Chaos Sanctuary with a Fireball Orb Sorceress than with a Lightning Orb. Unless I had Infinity. If I have Infinity, just whatever here. But just for consistency's sake, I like the Fireball Orb. Wow, we're getting all the Eth runes. Good lord. Yeah, lightning damage is terrible. There is... Oh, I should do a Tri-Elementalist guide just to get it over with. Get it out of the way. Because there is a way to do it without a bunch of plus skills. It's not great, but it's doable. I don't know whether I'd want it in the budget builds guide or not. But... because it has spammable, it has non-spammable, it has something that can deal with everything. But it doesn't deal with anything super well. And it's really mana intensive. The triple elemental. Die, you fool. Would recommend focusing on a high cast rate when working on a sorceress. For PVM, like just going through the game, you want some faster cast. You don't need a ton of it, though. Like right now, we have enough faster cast for this to just be fine. Which is currently we have, what, 54 faster casts, which is, you cast fast enough that's not going to be a problem. You're not going to get pinned down very easily and that kind of stuff. The situation where it becomes an issue is whenever you have a... Die, you fool. Is whenever you have PvP. You drank so many mana pots, your sorceress looks like a smurf, but you saved Anya. Congratulations. Fetishes plus Oculus. That's not fun either. Fetishes plus anything isn't too fun. Because they'll teleport you right into more pain. And why am I going clockwise? Because that's just what my muscle memory tells me to do. I have gone counterclockwise a few times in test runs, and always, like, it feels wrong. Generally speaking, probably the one I should be killing first is the one that's most likely to be a pain in the ass, and it's in the bottom right. He's always the last one I go for. Is Nature's Peace ring worth anything? Probably not. Is it a fun thing to play with? Abso-freaking-lutely. Is it worth anything? No. Other than for people who are just collecting all the items in the game, there's really not much you're going to be doing with that particular item, that is. And this guy is fire immune.
Thanks.
Let's see. Can help for some builds for running Neelathak. Trying to think. I mean, there are decent builds for farming Neelathak. You generally... if you have an Enigma, Necromancer, or an Assassin is, like, amazing for it. But if you don't have an Enigma, Sorceress is pretty much your best bet because you can just teleport right on top of them, kill them, and run. Barbarians are very weapon dependent. So if you're hitting like a wet towel, it's because you don't have a strong enough weapon. But yeah, corpse explosions help out a ton because it robs him of the corpses that he'll use to explode on you. Because yes, Neelathak has corpse explosion. Do I need more trash jewels? I'm getting to the point where I might want to not be keeping trash jewels. Tall rune. Yeah, we can use another one. That's going to be sold. That would actually be okay on our melee characters, so I'm going to keep it just in case. Eye of Etlik is nice. In fact, we'll probably end up using it instead. But resist could be good on them, because they're going to be a little bit more prone to pain. So on the barbarians, yes, weapon damage is important.
What do you need?
What you have equipped is super important on the melee barbarians. You could do a Warcry barbarian and it doesn't matter, but that's a different thing. You didn't know you had corpse explosion until you insta-died, and it's in hell difficulty, it's fairly long range. You wish shared stash had a few more tabs of storage? So do I. Actually, what I really wish is that it was one shared stash tab and 3 personal tabs. That way my mules could take up less space. But that's just my personal preference. The other painful thing down there are the Tomb Vipers, and that's one reason why you actually want teleport in there specifically, is because the Tomb Vipers are going to rip your butt open. And you're going to hate life for at least a little bit. Thankfully, Nightmare's not too terrible in that regard, but Hell difficulty is. I should probably farm keys, honestly. I have a lot of keys in single player, so I'm not too terribly worried about it. It's one of those things where it's like, I'm playing on Battle.net, just building up whatever, just for funsies, having fun going through without access to like an entire supply of nightmarishly strong things. Hey! But still. I'm glad we swapped over to Magic Fine Gloves. Goodness gracious. Butthole explosion confirmed. Just a second and I'll approve that message in just a second. I just said that out loud and realized, hey, that is a caught message by YouTube. And people will think I'm just saying it arbitrarily. No, it's an actual message. Just a minute and I'll approve it. I'm not going crazy. There we go. Alt tab. Show that. There we go. It can't hurt the game to have 30 mules. Yeah, but we can't have 30 characters on our account. I guess you got used to Diablo 3 and enjoy D2 so much more, but all the tabs as shared stash tabs would be interesting, yeah. What difficulty and enemies do you farm for keys? Okay. Just a second, we'll cover that one. Hell difficulty. And I'm trying to remember, I think it's Countess, Summoner, and Neelathak. God, I haven't farmed for keys in forever. Those are the three. Those are the three. Yeah, it's 4 dusts, 3 keys. In Hell difficulty. And you can only get dusts from Hell difficulty as well. If you need dusts, farming Diablo, Baal, Mephisto, and Dariel are your best bets. So let's see. And you want to farm them in groups of 3. So you want 3 of each key, by the way. Just in case anybody's like curious about farming those. But yeah, it really has been forever since I really even worried about farming those. I just get them by wandering through in single player. Because I didn't have Pluggy installed. So it was like, eh. I've done it like once with Pluggy. But for the most part, I should probably identify that. There you guys go. It's a 710. So yippee-ki-yay. So we've got melee gear for our characters. Let's see. Can we just lure a couple, maybe? Yeah, I don't want to lure them all at once because generally these guys rip my face open. I don't want the siege bow.
Not even death can save you from
I should have put up a town portal, but we'll be fine. I'm backing off. Mercenary's gonna die. Yep. Come on, Diablo. And generally, I just want to stay back. If I had Meteor, I'd drop it on his face, but... Got him. You just died and lost 400k. No.
Terror stalks hell no more.
Put it in your shared stash. But yeah, keys are used to access the Uber events, which are not bad. I mean, it's a thing. Let's actually check the Falcon Mask real quick. Unimpressed. That is also unimpressive. So we'll take the Falcon Mask. Actually, no, this is probably worth more money. But yeah, gold dropping sucks. Keep forgetting to use that more mana pots. Yeah, I started using it after... Oh, we don't have money on us, because that's the downside of doing it this way. You can't spend money from those.
Good evening.
Identify items. Resurrect Mirage. Sell crap. You haven't played much with keys? They're not necessary to enjoy the game. Torch makes like some builds a lot easier to build because it gives you plus skills and all these other nice things. It's a nice charm. It's not necessary to make any builds. It's not a requirement. It's just a nice thing. Same for Annihilus. It's nice. It's not necessary. So, if you're really worried about it, you can get it. People will certainly sell it to you. Honestly, if I get some of them, chances are I might be selling most of them. And yes, that was an interesting mace, but it was basic and I don't have all the stuff to upgrade it. And it didn't have a lot of damage. I've had more damage boosts. The resists on it were just interesting to me. So let's see. That's going to go on a meal. Hell rune, yes. Hells are in a lot of things. Mauls are in a lot of things. So keep an eye out for those. I'm kind of sad that we haven't gotten any Maul runes yet. They're actually fairly common. It's just we haven't had the luck to find them. That would be good for a Daggermancer. We're not going to use that. We're not making a Daggermancer on here. So that's going to go there. I should gamble some, but meh. And since we're in Nightmare, a lot of our Act 5 stuff is going to be teleporting. Because frankly, a lot of this crap is going to hurt. There's a Nihilathak. Nilathak. I'm not actually sure how to pronounce his name. I think it's Nilathak. So what do we have as far as the enemies go? Got Quill Rats. Which are fine. What's our second enemy, though? What is our second enemy game? Hey! Bone Archers. Those actually aren't that bad. I'd rather have the Bone Archers than the Piercing Cats. Is it possible to get all the uniques on one account? I mean, theoretically, if you can figure out how to fit it all in there, yeah. I don't know if you could fit it all into the characters, though. Because you have a grand total of... Oh, Mercenary's going to die again because I wasn't paying attention to him. Stop paying attention to Mercenary, he dies. Because you have 20 characters with 100 stash tabs plus 40 inventory tabs. So that's 140 per character. 20 is going to put it at 2,800 squares. Plus you have the 300 from your shared stash. So 31. Yeah. Okay, so we're up here now. Let's get the waypoint. In all your years playing this game, you've never beat the game on Hell legit. Hey, you're retiring after this. Honestly, the easiest one to beat hell on is the Necromancer, if you're curious. In Nightmare, I generally do lean a bit heavier on Frozen Orb, but our fire damage is our primary damage. It's just in Nightmare, it's just more convenient while I'm chatting to actually sit here and just do Orb. If I wanted to do Fireball and leveled that up first, we'd actually be just nuking everything. As you can see, Fireball does a ton of damage and it's relatively cheap. There we go. How many uniques have we gotten today? Good lord.
Karagath can rest easier now.
How many have we gotten? Has anybody kept count? I mean, it's not good stuff. Like, I could have upgraded to something a lot nicer, but... See, did we end up keeping Soul Harvest? Yeah, we did. Are we just going to start a Scythe collection or something? Is that what we're doing here? I mean, we've got both the, like, normal difficulty scythes. They're not actually that different now that I look at them. Out of the two of them, for player use, I'd prefer this. For mercenary use, I'd prefer this. Because Deadly Strike. Clocking out for the night. Cool stream. Hey! I'm glad you enjoyed it. And thank you for joining in. You're always welcome to come back and ask questions, either live on stream or in chat. Or in comments, sorry. Do Magic Find changes if the monsters are killed by the mercenary? It adds your Magic Find plus your mercenaries if your mercenary kills it. If you kill it, it's just your Magic Find. But yes, it does change, but it's only positive. So we have regular skull. Let's make another flawless. I need to keep on top of these gem things. Because if I don't, it gets carried away and I end up with like gems everywhere. But yeah, my goal is to beat Nightmare tonight. And it looks like we'll probably get that fairly soon. Currently playing your first assassin, not sure what to really do so far. The plan is light martial arts, get shadow clone skill, then trap skill tree. Do you think that generally there's a few options. Trap assassin, normal difficulty, you're going to want to go fire traps. Just plain and simple, you want to go wake up fire. Through normal into probably early nightmare, you just want to do that. As you get into mid-nightmare, you'll want to respec into lightning, which is going to be your lightning sentry, your death sentry. You'll want to probably invest in a support skill, which is usually either Dragon Talon for kicks or Blade Fury, and you get some crushing blow, and just stack it on top of those because they carry them with it. You could skip over that and just go straight into the Fire Blasts, which gives you more shots with Death Sentry. But then your elements are just fire and lightning. The Shadow Master is nice, and it's new player friendly. It will start dying in hell difficulty. You don't want to overinvest in it, though, because your traps are your main damage source. You'll want to lower Resist Wand to get you to break immunities, because that's just an easy way to cast and get rid of lightning immunes. And this is not a bad batch of enemies here, so we will go ahead and kill them for XP. Another nice thing for Trap Assassin, if you feel confident in your ability to hit stuff with it, is 1 point in Mind Blast. You will be burning through more mana with it, so be careful not to spam it too much, but it does help shut down enemies that could be otherwise a problem. Because stun and conversion. Hopefully that was clear enough. I'm rambly a little bit. But the budget trapsin that we actually did on the channel is the kick version. Hey, Mosu's adamant. Da 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 da. Not the best set ever. Do we actually want to rescue the barbarians? Probably not. We're a little full on runes right now. I need to make a rune mule. But yeah, if you need like a specific build to follow, then I would say go for the budget build. It has a nice mix of melee and ranged, and that's actually the reason why I wrote it the way it is, because it gives you, it's a really good introduction to just Diablo 2 kind of character as well, because it gives you access to both a melee and ranged character that has a bit of safety built in. White Superior Heraldic Shield, 20 ED, and enhanced defense and 24 resist. It's decent. It's not the best you can get. You can get a lot higher resist on them, but if you're going to make a spirit in it, that's actually a really solid shield. But paladin shields can come with either resist or enhanced damage. It's kind of like how necro heads come with plus skills. Oh, that guy's on the other side of a wall. We don't worry about him then. I'm liking this area because everything's melee or short range or just imp. Imps are easy to kill. And yeah, we're getting really good luck lately. Not sure what it's about. Did you turn on the Blizzard Luck Blizzard? That'd be hilarious if they actually did just have a button that they... Oh, this game has a streamer in it. Let's give them good luck. No, they don't do that. That'd be tacky as hell. Of course, they do actually give a cafe bonus magic find. You're at Darkwood, and you have 1 point into charge move, dragon kick. The charge moves are kind of garbage for new players or people who are learning the class. Let's see. Maybe after the Ancients I'll be able to equip my shield? Yeah, maybe. It might be right whenever we get into Hell difficulty. And if you're wondering, the reason normally if I was just playing this like off camera, the way I would be doing is you'd see me alternating Fireball and Orb. At really high cast rates, you can do Orb, 2 Fireballs, and then Orb again. But yeah, for the sake of this, I'm just doing whatever. And possibly, it's 50. Was it 52 or 54? I can't remember. I think it was 52. So, chances are Ancients will be it, if we actually kill things along the way. Like, if I bother dealing with most of the things in here. Nothing too terrible in here except for those little throwy cats. Yes, I refer to them as the wrong name. And those can go in there. I kind of wish it would have gone underneath like that. Himosu's adamant, not really great armor. It's got high defense. It's okay. It works at Blizzard, and in fact, to have a streamer luck button confirmed. I'll tell them to turn it up to 11. Make every item a unique. Oh, lordy. 54? Yeah, I can't remember without looking at it. It's whatever the base requirement for a monarch is. We have the strength and everything. We just need the levels. Spamming strength, anticipating 2 spirits. Yeah, no. I knew I wasn't getting it at 29. It's just I wanted to get it out of the way so that I can just go with my muscle memory into vitality. Because what'll happen is if I wait, my muscle memory will make me go, oh, I've been doing vitality for the past 10 levels. I don't need strength. I'll put it in there and be like, shit. Then by like level 70, I might be able to use my shield because I'll remember that many times. Just get it out of the way early and do it. My brain doesn't always agree with what I want to do. Yeah, 156 strength for Monarch. We have enough. And yes, it is a multiple of 5 on mine. It's a thing. So how are we looking on fire damage? About 1,000 damage on that, which isn't bad. Hey, Thresh, how's it going? Boop. Fireball, it does damage. Is Frozen Orb something you should invest all your skill points into when it becomes available? It depends on what build you're doing. If you're doing Fireball Orb, generally I go with Fireball until I'm comfortable with its amount of damage, because you are going to need it for especially this area. But Orb is... But once you're comfortable with the Fireball, I do tend to max out Orb. Can a caster get Crushing Blow on spells? No, but you do have access to Static Field as a Sorceress, which is just as good almost. It's a pretty solid... Because Static Field does the same thing as Crushing Blow, except 1, it scales. And 2... Die, you fool. Ouch. That actually hurts pretty bad. But no, you can't get Crushing Blows on spells, but Static Field scales and it does do a % of damage just like Crushing Blow. That's why so many sorceresses take it. There's very few builds that wouldn't take Static Field. Even melee sorceresses take Static Field. So yeah, we're just going around the edge. I am intentionally not teleporting around in here. I do have teleport. I could use it. But I'm intentionally not using it so I get more experience. And also I'm looking for the waypoint. I could teleport around to that too. And anything that isn't immune, this is going to just trounce their face, but still. What about Lightning Ice combo? Is fire... fire is not required by Act 5. You can use lightning here. The Lightning Orb is another one. Lightning Orb, instead of going Fireball, goes regular Lightning there. And a nice thing about the Lightning Orb build is it actually uses less points on unnecessary things. You're a Bone Mancer and you want to transition to a Poison Nova and you're worried about doing it too soon. Make sure that you get lower resist. Make sure you have enough points to get at least one of the synergies maxed. And yeah, Static feels like a cool breeze for the Sorceress to totally... It's hell for bosses. But yeah, the Lightning Orb combo, you generally want to focus on regular Lightning right here and get Chain Lightning leveled up for the synergies, and you want to get just Frozen Orb itself maxed. But it wastes less on extra skill points because here we have 1, 2, 3 prerequisites that we have to get to Meteor, which is one of our synergies. So we're wasting 3 points there. If you're doing the Lightning Tree, Your synergies are literally this middle row. You're already getting static, so you already have the prerequisite for Nova, and then you have these over here, and you don't ever have to get Energy Shield or Thunderstorm. They don't do much. So, Lightning is more point efficient, but Fire is easier to play, if that makes sense. They're both very effective builds, though. Give me the gold. And you always want to go around the edge of this place, by the way. If you're in a hurry, you can teleport around the edge. If you're not in a hurry, you can just do what I'm doing and walk around the edge. The middle's never going to have anything you need here. This is going to be the stairs up. We're almost one-shotting things with Fireball, by the way. How does the percent of damage taken goes to mana? He doesn't have a mana pool, so it just does nothing. The percent of damage goes to mana doesn't reduce the damage you take. It basically converts any damage you do take into mana. But yeah, generally speaking, the Lightning Orb Sorceress will focus pretty much entirely on the getting as high of lightning damage as possible, and then you just have the level 20 orb just helping out. Let's see. We probably could have teleported across there. I just don't want to teleport blind right now. I always forget these guys have those stupid bone spears. If you're ever wondering how painful bone spears are, just fight a whole group of those guys. It's pure magic damage. It is, unless you are doing an Energy Shield Sorceress, it is 100% more worthwhile to invest in Vitality. I almost said there isn't a build you should invest in Energy. There are a few builds you should invest in Energy, but the vast majority, if you have to, like, say, which one's going to be better, you want to go for Vitality. Yeah, percent damage taken goes to mana is damage you take on your life recharges your mana. Sorry, readjusting my chair because it is very uncomfortable. As far as the only thing that really takes mana in the place of damage is Energy Shield. Armor, gear, or you get a very, very cheap polearm called Insight for your mercenary. This is a ladder rune word, but since ladder rune words work on single player and multiplayer and everywhere on Resurrected, there is no difference between ladder and non-ladder rune words right now. Insight is your friend. So you actually can get this. It's just Raltir Tal Sol. You can get this from Act 1 Nightmare onward. Just farm the Countess for the Soul Rune. The rest of this you'll get from normal Countess probably well before this. And then you just get a 4-socket polearm either by finding a bill or finding, honestly, most polearms can get 4 sockets. This is the place we want to be going. There we go. So we'll put up a town portal there and keep going. But mana recovery is more important than just like mana boost. And spirit equipment will greatly boost your mana as well. Like the spirit sword gives us 100 and something mana. 107. We're already level 50. What's the Beth Ethereal base for treachery? You have an F3 open socket Dusk Shroud. Thinking if you should... Honestly, it's not going to make a huge difference. If that makes sense. I'm forgetting how much defense that has. I can look real quick. I have Ariat Summit open in a side window. There you go. But generally speaking, if you're going for maximum defense, it's 3 socket of whatever the heaviest armor your mercenary can equip. So, but Dusk Shroud's not bad. You're not going to see a huge defense increase unless you're going into the heavier armors, so Dust Shroud's not bad. I usually make mine in Wire Fleece, but I also don't bother to do Ethereal because I'll sometimes use it on normal characters. Max socket for a Thresher? I think it's 5, yeah. I can pull that open right now, too. Yeah, 5 for a Thresher and 6 for a Giant Thresher. Let's go ahead and pop that up. There we go. Memorizing all that stuff just... I mean, it's possible and I could do it, but I would much rather just memorize other things in my life. There's only so much you can fit inside your brain. And I'd rather just be able to refer to notes for that kind of stuff and remember the core mechanics and store the rest of my art stuff up there. My art! Oh, whoa! Oh, we got charged while I was moving. Derp. Teaches me to look away from the screen, though. It's fine, though. Let's see, did we lose a lot of... No, we only lost a little bit. Let's go ahead and grab some gold. Let's resurrect Dingus McChingus. Yeah, I should have been on my healing potion before that. That's why I don't play hardcore. Because I get easily distracted. And if I am playing hardcore, I end up going quiet a lot more. It was a 2-hit. I should have been able to react to it. I just wasn't paying attention. It was my fault. It wasn't a lag or anything like that. It was my fault. Know the recipe for adding sockets to a weapon. Trying to see if you can get lucky with a 4-socket. It's not Eth, but maybe your insight will be a good roll. Maybe. Just second and all. If I don't tell you, someone in chat will. Oh, it was a big boy. Extra fast zombies. Sweet. Die, you fool. Let me get my body before they get back up. Oh, there's 2 bosses down here. Sweet. It's going to be a minute before I can tell you the formula. I don't use it very often. Hey, our first full rejuve. Someone revived. I can hear them grumbling at me. Let's step in here. I'll tell you the formula real quick. Kill them, mercenary. I'm reading at the moment. Oh, I'm gonna have to fight them. They're coming around the corner to me. For normal items, it will be Ral Am Amethyst with a normal weapon. Cannot do it with superiors, just as a side note. There we go. Someone will probably have it posted in there before it comes through the stream. Because of stream delay! Delay! Yeah, stream delay. And the way that works is it randomly rolls from 1 to 6, and it will give you that amount of sockets if the level allows it. If the level doesn't allow it, then you just get a number of sockets that the maximum that item can have based on its eye level. So if something's eye level keeps it from having more than 4 sockets, then it has a 50% chance of getting 4 sockets. Yep. You have almost 10 AMs. Awesome sauce. AMs are nice to have a few around for. They're actually just good, just general stick and weapon ones as well. How many sockets are you? 2. Okay. Nope. If that was 3 sockets, I'd actually keep it. Make a duress out of it. Because those don't make bad duresses because they're light armor and they're fairly decent defense and they're not terribly like stat heavy for a stat requirement. D2 is all about risk and gambling. For me, D2 is all about smoothing the RNG curve. It's one reason why I love the itemization of it. Because even if you have terrible luck, you can craft things that are nearly as good. If you like look up the recipes and stuff, and it's really, or you can grind very basic items to make things that are nearly as good. And yes, I will go up and get Anya in just a second. I'm killing some of these little floaters around here. Ow! Don't charge me, you bastard. Right now, we're not doing too bad as far as mana goes. And yes, I intentionally teleported away so I wouldn't get hit by the cold. Let's go and grab that. Let's see. D2. Okay, now can I keep adding the recipe till you get what you're wanting? Nope. Yeah, you get one and done. Because unfortunately, you cannot use socketed items to roll the recipe. That said, you may have a 1 in 6 chance of, 1 in 6 chance of it being the right number of sockets for that. But the other socket quantities aren't always bad. Like 3 socket, you can make a malice. 5 socket, you can make an obedience. It's not always bad. 4 socket is ideal for an insight or an infinity. I think infinity's 4 socket. I actually don't remember the rune words for that. I made mine like over a year ago. What is that rune word? Infinity. Yeah, it's 4. It's 4 socket. I mean, if you don't get it, you don't get it. You can make other items with it. It's not the end of the world. It has uses. Bear Malbaris. Yep. Berber. I guess I should go rescue Anya now. We're level 50 already. We're almost level 51. It's 4 socket. I don't have it up on my screen, though. I alt-tabbed, popped to the rune word window, and was like, oh, it's 4 socket. Didn't even look at the runes. We could re-roll a rare if we wanted to. You've never seen a bear before? Go out in the woods. I'm sorry, I couldn't resist. Full rejuve can go in there. That can get sold. Rolled 5 open sock. I saw that, Larzuk. Flexing over here trying to show off. Don't think I didn't see you. Best of luck with your thresher, by the way.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
I had to go for the dad joke. By the way, how's it going, Pepito? Pepito. Sorry. Just realized you're the same with Assassin versus Speed as I am with the Barb Battle Order. Yeah, just too lazy to bother. That's another nice thing about Treachery. It just casts it on its own. Same thing for Bone for the Necromancer. Whenever you're running a Bone Necro, it casts itself. I don't have to worry about that crap. It's whatever. And we are going to... Yep, right in the middle of it. Next stop, Ancients. But pre-buffing, yeah, it's handy, but it's not required. It's one of those things that's kind of nice just to have if you really need it at a given point. Just found a Reaper's Soul. Decrepify does indeed break immunities. And it's a very, very good weapon as well, just beyond that. No, it's fine. You're a fall rune short of making obedience if you get 5 sockets. Oh. Well, if you get 5 sockets and you're on PC, I can give you a fall rune. And yes, our mercenary just got completely murdered. We almost got completely murdered too. But I have 2 fall runes. I can spare one. But yes, Reaper's Toll breaks immunities. Physical resist. I have done Pindle. I just don't like him. I find him boring as shit. Just gonna put that... just be completely honest about it. He kind of is just really boring to me. Oh, you're on Xbox? I'm sorry.
Good to see you. Afternoon.
Yeah, I don't have this on Xbox. Unfortunate law. That's the pain in the butt. I think I'm going to bug Mercenary now, because our next stop is the Ancients. Stat-wise, let's go more Vitality. We're getting up there now. Fire spells. More Fever Ball. I made it. I made this on the Necromancer. There's no crossplay, unfortunately. If I had an Xbox account, I could play this character on Xbox and give it to them, but I can't. I don't have an Xbox version of this game, so I can't do that. Although I can play with controller on here, and this character is actually fairly well designed for that. So, we have a few good melee weapons for our melee character. I really am thinking Paladin is our next go-to. Yeah, cross progression, no cross play. Yeah, the faster cast rate on the shield is terrible. Yeah, it's only 26%. We could re-roll it. We have the runes. Like, I could strip the stuff out and make it. But, He's got to buy it. Yeah, if you wanted to play it on multiple platforms, you got to buy it again. I would...
Oh, hi there.
If you want to play with other people, I would buy it on PC. I think that's the nicest way I can put it. Oh, wrong cloister. Yeah, it's cheap to remake. There we go. Here's hoping he doesn't get, like, aced by a ranged thing or something. But the way I like re-rolling, by the way, for those that are curious, I don't like stripping my core one. Like, if I was going for a 35 in a weapon, I wouldn't want to strip this one. I'd make a second one in a second set of broadsword because I make a ton of characters. So, yeah, there's a recipe to strip it. I don't have it memorized off the top of my head. I don't use it very often. But, yes, there is one to strip all the runes out of it. It just becomes a white item with the sockets. Hell plus town portal or tome or something. Yeah, it's something cheap. Hell runes. But, yeah, stripping... Like, I wouldn't strip this out. I would keep this one, I'd make a second one, and then roll them against each other. Bug makes it so that melee characters, like those... Like, these guys that killed him before won't actually target him. Let's see if we can find another one. Ooh, they dropped a small charm. Nice. But ranged enemies will still... Like, this guy right here. See, he just runs right past the mercenary. That's because he's bugged. These guys literally can't see him unless I put up a bone wall. So we'll also be using him with that way for the ancients as well. Yeah, you can strip runes. You can strip gems. It destroys the runes. I think we already have a 3-socket edge, so... But yeah, it destroys whatever you had in it originally. So if you do that, realize you're not getting your runes back from the original. But these guys right here, like these bone mages, they can target the mercenary with that bug. Because they'll be like, oh, because they target differently. Let's go ahead and load up that third slot. 2 strength. It's not bad for a small charm. I don't need it. But it's a good way to re-roll rune words. Don't do it with expensive rune words, though, unless you have a lot of resources. And I think we can start getting monarchs right now, but it's not going to be super common. How much is a full Talrasha set right now? No idea. It would be valuable to me, and I wager it would be valuable to a few other people, but I don't want to hazard a guess to what it's worth, because 1, prices are all over the place, and 2, I prefer trading based on value to me, as opposed to just like some arbitrary, let's go for maximum price and treat it like stocks. If I want to do stocks, I will literally go jump on a stock exchange. So we have imps. What's our other one here? Usually this one doesn't have too bad of enemies, so... Literally full towels will cost your left arm. Maybe I should farm a towel set then. Or some Stones of Jordan. There's probably a group out there specifically farming Stones of Jordan to get a Diablo spawn, by the way. Okay, so we have archers. We have, which is actually kind of bad, because those will target the mercenary. Keep finding the helms, but no luck with the other parts. I actually haven't found any of the Tal set online. Of course, I haven't really been hunting for it. I'm not really that concerned about it. It's a nice set to have. It's not a necessary set to have. I can do most of the stuff I would do with that without it. It just makes it easier and frees up some equipment slots. That, and I also still do stuff in single player, and I play other games. Full towels is still cheaper than a... Oh, maybe I should farm runes then. I hear that people are shelling out a ton of, like, actual money right now, too, which is mildly disappointing in people. Don't spend money on this game, folks. Or, I mean, you can buy the game. Don't spend money buying items for a digital game. It's not that hard to find stuff. I understand the whole just saving time thing, but still, damn. Full towels, I still probably wouldn't farm Mephisto. I would probably farm... I'm trying to think what I would farm if I had full towels. Probably Hell and Dariel. Maybe the Council. But Hell Mephisto doesn't really have too much that interests me. At least not for the time investment. I'd rather do Chaos, actually. I almost died there because I wasn't paying attention to my life. Sorry. Let's see. Healing. For me, the point of Diablo 2 is the itemization, so buying items is indeed pointless for me. I'd rather find it. Okay, so we're going to pop into Ancient... Hey, no, don't come right at me. I was trying to talk and read. Buying item, blah, blah, blah. Hey, Peter, how's it going? Heard that the Council is great for Rainbow Facets. Yes, they are amazingly good for Rainbow Facets. Chaos Sanctuary is fairly solid for them as well. Hell Handy gives pretty much every piece of jewelry you could ever want and is fairly good for charms and jewels. She cannot give you Rainbow Facets, though. And she does still drop other good uniques. Would you farm Chaos Sanctuary on a Sorceress, Frozen Orb or Fireball, or on something else? Probably something else. I mean, Sorceress can do it fairly quickly, but I find it more fun on the Necromancer. I find it more fun on the Paladin. I actually run it on almost every class, but different speeds for different classes. I'd rather just have fun with a character and just go through there and get good stuff than to necessarily go in there explicitly trying to go as quick as possible, if that makes sense. I always forget these things are like annoyingly fast. Die, you fools! Eat my fireballs! Aha! Sadly, not getting a lot more full rejuice. After using the whiz, you can't go back to walking. Teleport is such a broken... Teleport is very useful. Should I cheese the Ancients again, by the way? Do we want to show that off again? It's not going to be as easy to cheese, but... In fact, it's probably easier not to cheese them, but... And I really do like that they shifted these guys over to doing frozen glacial spikes for this act as a guest monster. I think that's really cool. I like that change. Even though it's irritating, I like the change because it's thematically cool. So there's the Ancient Summit. So let's go ahead and do that. I said fire before that, but sure. Sure thing. But yeah, teleport is very, very powerful. You can speed farm hell Mephisto, have all towels except for armor and Ami. Don't use any of it. Yeah. Honestly, partial towels is still pretty solid. And the only reason I do full towels is because I want an excuse to use the towels orb instead of Oculus. And if I use the full set, I can use that as an excuse not to have to use Oculus. So healing potions, we're going to actually need to pick up some of these. Let's go ahead and get more vitality. More Fira balls. One more fireball and we're at max on that. Sitting at 1200 damage on it. Two-shotting those. And if you're curious, the damage on orb is the damage per spike. It's not the total damage it will do to something. That's why it's such a small number. And you notice the little squill boys are actually targeting mercenary as well. Because that's how they roll. Let's see. Any suggestion? Yeah, the awesome glow is awesome as well. Any suggestions for a GG weapon for a Fury Wolf Druid? Oh crap, I'm trying to remember the name of it. It's a unique. We actually did a video using it. Crap. I can tell you in just a minute. It's the polearm. And also there's, of course, always Ribcracker as well. Ribcracker is a very solid choice. It's not the best choice, it's a solid choice. Game is taunting me right now. I just find I ran Mephisto way too many times back in the day, so it's very monotonous feeling. That, and I don't like the little damn dolls. But those you can usually avoid. It's not that big of a deal. If you're wondering why I don't like Mephisto, it's just I get bored of it after a while. I like farming other areas. I like changing my scenery. And I was not expecting those to spawn right on that. Barbarians do have staff mastery. It's called mace mastery. Because staff mastery applies to maces, staves, wands, scepters, maces, hammers, clubs. But yes, the staff mastery does apply. I mean, mace mastery does apply to staves. Yeah. That's why Ribcracker barbs are so popular. Let's see, is this any good? Nope. We keep getting stat charms. You rarely play melee and rarely play barbs. Ribcracker, barbarian. You use it just like you would use an IK Maul. Just, it's all crushing blow and speed. All crushing blow and speed. Although you can actually do a whirlwind version with the Ribcracker as well. That's kind of fun. I wouldn't necessarily do that with an IK Maul. Another Grand Charm. Is it going to be a skiller? Probably not. Let's see. Would have to whirlwind so you could barely see the staff. I mean, if you didn't want to see it, whirlwind is fine. But you can also use it with concentration. It's a two-handed weapon, so there are some limits. You actually want to avoid whirlwind, though, because you want to see the staff, not the blur. Concentrate. Concentration, not berserk. You could use berserk with it, but the one that raises your defense. It's concentrate or concentration, something like that. Okay, lightning resist, sure. Don't think we need more lightning resist. I think we're already maxed out. What does that do for our resists? I mean, lightning and cold stay up. So I guess we're switching to that now. Noble monk.
Afternoon.
Like out of 100? I can't tell you off the top of my head. I mean, it boosts your defense. So it's not that big of a deal. So let's see. For this fight, we're actually getting up into the realm where we're going to start culling some charms after our second character. Fairly uncommon. Usually I have a full charm stack by the time we're done with the first character. So grab that, grab that. Mercenary should still be bugged. I'm going to need healing potions for me. And let's go deal with the ancients. Probably going to die here at least once, just brain farting or something like that.
The ancients must be close.
Follow me, you fools! Old men, this way! He's gonna come around, he's gonna hurt like a truck. Yep, I told you we'd die to it because I forgot to hit 3. I hit 2 instead. Yeah. Sorry, I'm tired. It's almost midnight here. So, apologies if my deaths are an affront to your existence. Does anyone know if mana per kill applies to assassin traps? The answer is they do not. Mana per kill does not apply to assassin traps. But yeah, pressing 2 there cost me my life. I'm sad.
Yes?
Oh yeah, I needed gold. That's why I went in there. Word of advice, always stick your gold in your side pocket there. F. Press F for respects. I forget what game that was originally from. I know it's from a game where you have to press F to actually, like, do the thing at the person's grave. No, I don't play hardcore online. Ever. Because lag. No, I only play hardcore in single player. And if I was playing hardcore, I'd be paying more attention to this and a little bit more caring about it. Yeah. Press the healing potion instead of the rejuve. It's fine. Okay, let's go there. Get them to follow us over. Oh, I didn't bug the mercenary. Oh, this is bad. Mercenary's gonna die. I'm gonna have to do this the serious way. Oops. Come on around. Serious way time. Whoop. Actually, don't horse around. Whoop. Ha. This is how you're supposed to do it, by the way. Oh, you're going to ignore the mercenary? That is actually fine by me. We are actually not... Oh, ouch. Ouch. Yeah, I don't want him actually hitting the mercenary. Just get out of the way of them. Let them do their own little thing. Bye, Maddock. There we go. COD Advanced Warfare was the press F meme? Okay. So we got a level out of that. So let's go ahead and we now have max fireball. And we now have more life. And we did it the way you're supposed to do it rather than hiding in a corner. I feel insulted by that. Okay, for this area... Ooh, ouch. Oh my. Oh, I'm glad we found the right path the first time. Bye! This is probably going to be Gloam territory, knowing my luck. Because floor 2 is the one that can spawn Gloams. Floor 3 is the one that spawns poison. Or am I thinking of hell difficulty? I might be thinking of hell difficulty. Curses on having to do it the right way. God dang it. I don't want to do it the right way. I want to do it the cheesy way. It's like you have all the power in the world to do it the right way. It's easier the right way, but you have to do it the wrong way. And this is the stairs. You just finished Act 5 on Hell with your Frenzy Barb. Yeah, Frenzy is pretty fun. Which version of Frenzy did you do? My favorite one, just for the stupid joke, is Death Frenzy, but it's a stupid joke, so I don't expect a lot of people to actually even get it, much less appreciate it. For those of you wondering, Death Frenzy is an anime. I don't watch a ton of anime, but that one is a totally, like, messed up anime that, yeah. It's about a guy who, like, literally sticks his sword into his own foot as part of his fighting style. How could I not watch that nonsense?
Victory through pain.
Oh no, we're poisoned again. We'll never not be poisoned on this floor. But yeah, Frenzy is a fun one. I think, yeah, we actually did recommend the Mace Frenzy one whenever we did the budget guide. Because that is like a super consistent one that you can kind of mess around with. Let's go ahead and smack the crap out of these. Although, probably the easiest one to get through Hell difficulty with is going to be a Warcry hybrid. Because Warcry can stun so many things. If you're going to base a barb playstyle off a brutal old school anime, you're still taking Berserk. Berserk's not bad. Death Frenzy is more niche, and there's actually a rune word named after it, though. You're literally dual-wielding death axes for Death Frenzy. I am dual-wielding death! You have 2 griefs and have a You have mine with Berserk, so if you run into some physical immunes, yeah. You can actually just dump points into Berserk as well and just frenzy those to death as too, and it works just fine. It's great. You could also do... Well, actually, weapon speed bug is probably fixed. I haven't tested it. But the old trick was the weapon speed bug to get, like, super fast with the, with a Colossus sword on your off.
The ancient.
Trade repair. Oh, I don't have any gold on me. Hadweep. Do we really need to spend 39 gold? We're almost leveled up to Monarch. We might have it before Bale. Probably not. Because I might not come back up just for that. Let's see, what do we have on this floor? What kind of pain shall we suffer? Well, we've got basics. That's fine. Oh, we've got... This is an easy floor 3. Yeah. Mercenary might not like it very much because he's going to get completely destroyed, but me, I'm going to love this because nothing really does that much damage to me. Unless I, like, go up and give it a hug. And do I go up and give things a hug? God, no. This is my no-no square. Don't touch me there. But yeah, Grief is an amazing weapon, by the way. If you do have a chance to make them, you probably do actually want to make 2 of them. If you get the resources for it. They're a little bit more expensive than some of the other, like, staples, but they are so powerful. They're really good for smiters, too. Because that 400 damage carries over. Barb should have a jousting bonus. Just want to say before you get off, great stream. Love how informative and positive and funny. Thank you. I appreciate the compliments, and you have a very nice night. May you find all the magic and unique items you are searching for in the next few days. The blessings of Diablo upon you! May you be the Lord of Destruction of your foes. That's Bale, though, not Diablo, so I have lost all my streamer cred. It's sadness. Oh, stabby stabby. You're on PlayStation 5, so you don't know if it's strictly console, but since your attack speed is so juiced up, your barb goes to an animation where you swing so fast it glitches and you're missing with no X's. There are a bunch of, like, weird... I wouldn't be surprised if it is a glitch with console as well. But it gets hard to control off console with Frenzy because you're moving so fast and it's hard to click on things. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's some kind of glitch that kind of carries over into it. Rescue 5 more soldiers? No. They don't need my rescuing. I don't need an Ort Rowlental. So let's see what kind of enemies we have. We've got the Succubi, which is fine. As long as we don't have Gloams down here, we're pretty good. Oh, they're immune to cold. Hudoy, I'm using cold... Oh, yeah, by the way, it still damages them. Because I have Mastery. So I can just do that nonsense. Mercenary, come back here. Stop hugging them, for the love of God. We don't have any way to break the fire immunes, unfortunately. There's our level up. I love that we still do decent damage to them. Let's see. Sometimes they are. It depends on what weapon you're using if they're moving out of range. That is an actual, like, issue with melee. Is because your melee attack is still a ranged attack. It's just a very short range attack. So if they move, like, 1 block to the right while you are mid-swing, especially if it's a slower swing, you will miss. We've actually had some pretty decent luck today. I mean, we haven't gotten anything too insane. I think the best thing we've gotten is a String of Years. We did get a Fall Rune. We got... I'm trying to think what else. Got Himosus. We got Blackhorn's Face and Kelpie Snare, which we're going to use on We're going to use Holy Freeze, Kelpie Snare, and a Blackhorn Face on somebody. I swear to God, we're putting that on somebody. As far as the cold immunity breaking things, the more important thing is actually that it allows them to freeze things than the damage. There is going to be an issue. Actually, let's check our resists. Yuck. We have to swap back to this. That's better. How does Slash players work with loot? You're playing old Diablo 2 and was farming Countess. Started at players 8, got single runes, swapped to players 1 and got multiple runes. Countess is a special case. For most enemies, higher player count means lower no drop rate, which means the enemy drops more. They are less likely to roll what's called a no drop, which means no item. With Countess, her rune drop is a special drop. So the higher her no drop rate, the more runes she's going to drop. Because those no drops go to, okay, I didn't drop from my drop pool, so I'm going to drop from my special pool. If that makes sense. Let's just go ahead and get Fire Mastery. 1500 damage, not terrible.
Evening.
I don't want to add sockets right now. I want to trade and repair. I think for this part, I actually do want to bug Mercenary again. I think probably the thing that's going to be the most broken is that, and I wouldn't even call this broken, is that it's going to make lightning sorceresses viable earlier. Because if you can get a lower resist wand or something like that, it can break it. But with the ability to break it with like rainbow facets and Griffin's Eye and all that stuff, you're going to end up with a lot more options for breaking things with lightning. I'm glad you are enjoying them. And hopefully that answer was sufficient. Countess is a weird one. But yeah, we've actually had uncannily good luck tonight. So, usually I find like maybe one unique during the stream.
Can I help you?
So, let's see. Do we actually have gold on us? Yes. So let's go ahead and get some potions. And we'll go down there and deal with this. Runes don't count as magic items, so higher player counts will fill up the Countess's drops with magic and not... Let's see. Yeah, it'll fill it up with her normal drops. So now we have Dual Spirit, which means level 27 Orb, level 28 Fireball. Murder! Yeah, it is 100% better to farm Countess at players 1. Are there any viable two-handed weapon builds? Viable, yes. Good, no. Unless you are a Fury Druid. The Fury Druid actually does benefit from two-handed. How much is the Ariat face? I have no idea. They're really good helmets, but back in like regular Diablo 2, they ended up being fairly cheap. Just because of just how common they are to find, because they're not elite uniques. You can find them like in Nightmare easily. Rid of as many of these guys as quickly as possible, then teleport away.
Thanks.
Is he going to just get completely murdered? Probably from the poison, if I had to guess. Do I have an antidote in there? Yes. We'll deal with the next wave in just a second. If Mercenary does not drag... Fine. You cured yourself of poison, so fine. He's going to lure everything in. Your Ribcracker is a fairly solid one. I mean, it's viable. It's not going to be as fast as some of the like really high-end Magic Find builds, but it's still a fun-ass build. I love that build. It's one of the few Barbarian builds that I actually do go out of my way to play sometimes. Which I can't say for many Barbarian builds. Most Barbarian builds are really boring to me. Frenzy Barb and Ribcracker are two of the ones that I really enjoy, though. Is there a budget build for a shape-shifting druid? Yes. I don't have a video for it, but I can make one. It does, however, require some item considerations, so... I haven't made a video for it yet, though. All the builds are super high-end, and Caster Druid is looking... Caster Druid's fun, but if you don't enjoy that, Melee Druid... the weapon is the biggest concern. Okay, so he's down to that. Let's go ahead and back off. I meant to go to teleport, thank you. Sorry, I'm having to keep moving and concentrate just a little bit. Just so I don't get hit too much by that little... Oh, and that's actually a good Yari. I usually either do Whirlwind or Concentrate. Yeah. You can do Berserk with it, too. For the Barbarian. For the... Ribcracker's great for the Druid, too. And they're relatively cheap. As far as rune words you can use for the... Fury Druid, pretty much just look at anything that you would use on an Act 2 mercenary. And it can be used on them. The only one that I probably wouldn't do would be maybe like Insight would be a little bit nah. But beyond that... Oh, by the way, I was hoping this was ethereal, but it's not. This is another really, really good mercenary weapon. But you want to use pole arms on the Druid, not spears. Yeah, between the Holy Freeze and the Kelpie Snare, you might have been able to keep him from doing anything at all. We're going to be doing that on the Paladin, most likely, just because I want to keep it mixed up a little bit. Now, see, this is a good Paladin shield resist-wise. Holy crap. We need to check that. Cleaver Flail and Gothic Bow, not going to be worth anything to us. Yay! We can make a Javazon now. For those wondering why I'm yaying, because they're replenished quantity. That's why I keep picking up javelins, is so I can actually get a backstock of ones with replenished quantity on them. So stat-wise, let's go Vitality. We've got... Let's start moving down towards Meteor. I know this isn't going to give us damage for a few levels, but we'll be solid. And is there anything else I want to pick up? Not really. We need to sell that. But Hone Sudan, fairly solid. And into the end. We have completed Nightmare in 2 sessions. So we can go straight into hell with her and she'll be fine. Necromancer is currently equipped with something stupid, but it's fine. But the way I'm organizing stuff offline, you can see Runeward Helm, Runeward Shield, Runeward Armor 1. I have a Runeward Armor 2 down there for overflow. Armor 1 has 1 of each armor, though. And I can just transfer from Armor 2 back onto it. Junk Box is just stuff I haven't gotten a character in here to hold from my runs in this, so he just holds everything that I don't need. We've got Set Angelic in here, and I actually have Set Cathans as well. Ruby. But yeah, anything with a capitalized name at the front of it is how I organize it. And I'll tell you guys if I ever reach a limit on the number of characters. So far, I've put Arthas, Disco Inferno, and Harry on here. Harry. He's a summoner druid. Bad Ash is on here as well with his towel. But anyway, that is the end of this stream. If you guys enjoyed it, be sure to give it a like because that actually helps it out a bunch. Subscribe if you want to see more streams. I'll be streaming this and Last Epic, as well as probably some other action RPGs on this channel. I will keep this channel strictly action RPGs, just as a heads up. If you want to see other games, we have a Let's Play channel that the bot just shouted out. And if you want to see art, we have a Twitch stream. But, yep, keep gaming, have fun. How many characters at present? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. We're at 19. But I will be trying to stream again fairly soon. I don't know if I'll be streaming tomorrow or not. I'm going to try, but can't promise it right now. These are kind of like just off the cuff kind of things. So keep gaming, have fun, peace out, and I will see you guys next time. Bye.